pass the hat in a minute. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, July 8th, 2025, 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on July 1st, 2025 at 1:15.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a place to the flags.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas pledge. I, the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
At this time, if there's any citizens from the public who want to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. Seeing none, we would go to under D, under budget amendments, so on and so forth. And so, Francis, good morning.
Good morning.
So we'll pitch it to you. This is under regarding the FY26 budget.
So today, we're going to be kind of jumping around department to department, topic to topic, and try to get a lot of the operating requests out of the way today. And so this morning, we have some departments with us that had capital outlay requests specifically. They may have some other items they want to just speak with you about, alert you to things that are happening in their office, just since we do have them here today to keep things moving smoothly. And so we're going to start with Constable 5 first. And so Haley had passed out a list of the capital outlay request. The ones that are highlighted in blue are the ones we already have covered and heard the reasoning behind those. And then those unhighlighted ones at the top are the ones we plan on covering today. And so I will turn it over to the constable and his deputy, and then we'll get moving.
Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Fine, thank you.
And I, of course, like I said, I'll let them speak on their request, but on that capital outlay sheet, there are 3 items that are marked Constable Precinct 5, and so there's a Tahoe, I guess the package for that, a vehicle, and then 2 APX radios.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing us out. I've been at park for a little bit, so I'm going to just over to my chief deputy and let him explain what we're needing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So today, there's 3 items that we would like to request for the budget. And I'll kind of summarize them, and then I can go back into details and answer any questions that you may have. The first thing that we would like to ask for is a position for courtroom deputy. Basically, what we want to do is take our part-time positions and trade them for a full-time. The second thing that we want to request is in the budget for elected official pay. And the third thing would be for a new vehicle. And I can start with the details of the courtroom deputy if y'all would like.
Proceed.
So the justification and reason why we want to ask for a courtroom deputy, specifically toward training and more of an investment for the county. So our volume of papers, it hasn't increased enough and a great deal, but we still have the court proceedings and stuff that we have to attend to. And so one of the things that we have encountered through this whole process is we'll get these part-time guys in. They're great people. We get them trained, they get experience, and then they get offered positions in other places. In our last 2 that we hired, that's exactly what happened. One of them got a full-time job at Falls County. He now runs the civil division. over there. The last one we had got a job with TGISD, and he helps with their truancy program. And so they were very good guys, and he was actually wanting to work for us full-time, but at the time, we just didn't have a position available. And so they were very good for our department in helping us accomplish our mission. And the other parts of this justification is it's hard to compete in a part-time capacity against full-time offers. The pay is different, there's benefits with full-time, and we don't blame anybody if, you know, if they're coming from part-time wanting to better themselves and going to that full-time. You know, they're just bettering themselves. And so what we would like to do is retain that, all that training and that, once we get somebody ready to go into the county. And another reason, it allows us to be a little more selective when we're hiring qualified personnel. We had a couple of candidates that we had apply for the part-time positions. One of them, they just didn't even call us back. We've called them a couple of times. We've had another one, they submitted information in the application but left it blank and other spaces that we needed. And so we followed up with them. We let them know, hey, you're kind of missing some stuff. And so they sent it out again, and it was blank more. And that would tell me, and the constable agrees, if, you know, we're trying to get somebody that is attention to detail and can provide those meticulous information that's required for civil process, if they're not able to do it just on an application, they won't be able to do it with the full-time job or with the part-time. And so we wouldn't be able to hire that type of individual. Another thing is we're just more competitive. If we've had two people that applied for us that we were going to offer the job, they were great candidates. And then Colleen took one of them. And an ISD, and I can't remember if it was Waco or another one, they took the other candidate. They just offered them full-time positions. And so for them, they took the better deal. As far as that courtroom deputy goes, his primary responsibility will be similar to that of a part-time, except we'll have him there for 40 hours a week. It will allow us to, instead of bringing a part-time in 2 days a week, for those other 2 days, to be able to work on any new papers that we get in if we increase in the future. And so we wouldn't have to come back here for the next year or the year after if we do get an increase in volume, asking for another deputy. We would be up to par. We are, at this point this year, 103 services more than we were last year at this point. So we are growing. It is consistently growing.
And last year was higher than the year before?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've had a continuous growth in the last 3 years. I would say 4, but I know 3 for sure.
Okay.
The next item that we would like to talk about is the elected official pay. Specifically, for Constable Cantu, we would like to request that he matches his salary to other departments of similar size, responsibilities, and volume of services. And I mean, that's the only justification that we have for that, but we are very thankful for y'all, and for last year, I know that was a big change into the budget, and so we want to tell you thank you. The next thing, and this has probably got the most detailed information, and probably going to have a lot of questions about it, is the new vehicle request. And just kind of to be a little summary about it, we're asking for a Chevy Traverse, which will total out to $50,854. It is the cheapest option of the 3 that we were looking at. And this also.
Oh, excuse me, what was that price again?
$50,854.
I guess that's pretty close to what we looked at yesterday.
Yeah. That's also the installation of the
Okay.
lights and all that stuff too.
And that's in the 50,000?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because on our lines here, we have 56,000 for our Tahoe and $20,000 for the lights and in-car camera and console and all that.
Yes, sir. So, the vehicles themselves, the Tahoe was 56,600, just the vehicle. There was a Ford Police Interceptor, like an SUV, that we got a quote for, and it was 54, and then the Traverse is actually 42. But when you do the installations for the lights, the cage, what was the other things with it? Let me look real quick. Okay, yeah, lights, cage, the install, and the shipping of all the equipment. That came down to, for the Tahoe, it was 11,516. For the Ford, it was like $1,000 short, and for the Traverse, it's 8,100. And so all that is included into that $50,000 price.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So that, we have those two lines, the Tahoe and then the upfitting. And so in lieu of those, the request is for the Traverse, 50,854 all in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So we can take out that next line underneath it, the 20,000,
Yes.
but you still would need the radio.
Well, so I talked to Sergeant Graham. Worst case, worst, we have handhelds. So we'll be able to use that handheld. If we can't find the radio that we have in our current unit, if it won't work, or if they don't have a spare unit that we can use. And so that could be something we can add in the future. But to be operable, that 50,000 would be what we would need to hit the street running.
Currently, do you have a vehicle currently? Y'all have a county vehicle currently?
Yes, sir. Right now, the vehicle is getting a quote for repair. We were
So
down.
Is it an old,
Crown Vic. It's an old
Crown Vic.
SO, it's an old SO, isn't it?
old SO Ford
Yeah.
Crown Victoria?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And is this the one that when we talked briefly, won't be used as much as a regular patrol vehicle?
Correct.
It's for the purpose of having to go out and get someone and bring them back.
Yes, sir. So we wouldn't use it daily for pursuit, and so that's what was allowed us to cut down the Dana fleet package from 22,000 down to 8,000. We were able to strip a lot of stuff out of it because we won't need it for that patrol-rated style vehicle. But we will need a vehicle in a sense of we don't want to tie another agency up where we may or may not need them for that day. Or if a order or a warrant or a writ of attachment comes out that day, we can take care of business and don't have to wait. We don't have to hold up the process. And so we're just kind of in that in-between stage of we need a vehicle, but we won't use it all the time. So I know that the new vehicle will last us a long time.
How many personal vehicles being used from the department?
We have 4, but as far as, we try not to use our personal vehicles for those transportations. There's a lot of liability that comes with that. We have in the past used other agencies, but then there comes some problems with availability, or we have to wait, and then they may be doing another court case, and so now they can't proceed with the result of that case. They'll have to postpone it and stuff until we can get the first one taken care of. But yeah, personal vehicles for transportation, in that sense, we don't want to do that.
Would it make more sense to use that vehicle, one of the, either chief or chief deputy or one of the deputies, use that vehicle daily and give up mileage?
So, we can, there's just, you'll have times where you'll have, where they'll do civil process. And so where you'll take that mileage reimbursement for that deputy and the civil process, you'll just put it into the fuel budget. Right now, the way it kind of works out, if you were to equal everything out, we're at where both options are even. If we take the fuel, oil, and gas budget and you transition over to the new vehicle and that deputy is running just that, like for this new position, let's say it is approved and we assign him to that vehicle, there's just a lot of mixing around with civil process and mileage. That deputy wouldn't be able to file for it, but it's harder to keep track of.
You wouldn't really have to keep track if it was
Yes, sir.
a full-time,
Cor-
as much.
Correct.
Wouldn't have to turn in mileage or anything
For that position, yes.
for that vehicle or position, I guess, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, only reason I say that is we talked and looked at mileage, and I think when that other vehicle was running full-time, it was only averaging about 55 miles a month or something, very few miles a month. So if you're going to use one, it seems like it needs to be used. That's just, instead of just sitting there.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, I asked Francis to do analysis on that, so we'll,
Okay.
later
Okay.
on, we'll.
It was just a
look at
thought,
Yeah.
going to buy one, let's use it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But because you're paying depreciation or you're deducting depreciation, so.
Yeah. Didn't mean to interrupt. That was just a
No,
question
yes,
I had
sir.
in my mind.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We don't get the expense depreciation.
No, but it's,
That's-
you're absorbing the upfront cost over time. And if you're not using it, you're not using that,
Right, I
that
agree.
you're absorbing efficiently.
I would say this, looking at the numbers, you're talking about your numbers, service, your delivery rate is excellent.
you, sir.
Absolutely excellent.
And a lot of that is contributed to, so the goal is to serve the paper. They call diligent effort 2 or 3 times after you go out there, and then you can return it back to the court. But they give us 90 days. They pay the county a fee, and so we're going to use 80 of those 90 days to try to get that paper served. That's with goal in mind. And that number in specific is higher because of the way we keep track of our papers. Everything that we receive, we want to keep that will for the court proceeding. And so if it gets sent back, we'll use CPS for an example. If we'll call them, we've spent 80 days on a service process, and maybe they have a new address that they're living in Fort Worth or they're living in Killeen. So we can return that paper back at their request, and they can proceed with another constable service. The papers that would count against us that would drop that rate, what we calculate is our attempted papers that stop the process. And so this would be a paper that they send us, we try to find them and we just can't. And this is more common with like a tax paper. We don't have a way to request service to be returned, but we can't find them. And so that process in the court system, it can't proceed until they're served. And that's why we calculate that.
All right, continue on. You have anything else?
Those were the 3 things. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
If, I don't know if you've been listening to us the last week here, we're pretty tight this year. And I really appreciate you working your tail off to get that down to at least $27,000. Where do you feel, ask the question, where do you feel, what could you give up this year, the car or the deputy? I'm just asking a question.
Which one would you really give up, the deputy or the car?
The deputy goes on forever. We know that, but the car has a one-time hit for a little while, but
We can. We need the car in order to proceed.
Okay.
Right now, we have 15 warrants that are kind of waiting. There's a lot of issues with the new system and the way they converge and stuff like that. And so in order to proceed with those matters, we would have to do the car.
And this may be a question for all different constables and SO2, but now that we have such good coverage in the county, excellent coverage in the county with the towers and everything like that, what's the advantage or what's the need to have both the good 800 handheld that anybody I've ever gone out with, ridden with, that's all they're using right there. That's all they're using. And not the car radio. What's the advantage of having both of them? Or the disadvantage of only having one or the other?
So in my earlier patrol days, I can't attest to the technology part of all that. I can just, from my experience, we would have problems with getting out with the handheld sometimes in the car. And the car radio was just an easier tool to talk primary channel and back channel and stuff like that while you're driving compared to trying to get out, trying to find a good spot with your handheld.
But I know when we still had the primary, the old VHF in the vehicles, and had the 800s, everybody was using the 800 and not the primary. Now then, they're both 800s.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
Personally, Commissioner, I look at it as a safety issue of if this is enabled,
yeah.
or not enabled, but if this is disabled, you gotta you're
Just curious how
you're in
much
trouble.
usage, I'm curious how much usage there actually is, so.
I totally understand where you're going. I
No, and
would
some-
just look at it as a patrolman, that's a safety
Yeah,
issue.
and
that
people worry about
somehow I
it,
lost
the battery
this.
going out, but of that, you issue everybody an extra battery and keep it charged. I was just, if it's less than 2% or 1% or
Yeah.
something like that, is it?
I would
because
just
those are-
worry about a safety issue.
Yeah, I mean,
I think range plays a factor in that.
huh?
The antenna on the car is stronger than the handheld.
Yeah, but are there still dead spots with the 800 in the county? I don't want safety reason to talk about
I
it, but.
don't think, there might be some
There-
spots that are a
there's
little
some-
weaker, but
yeah,
there's no
there
dead
will,
spots.
there will always
Braggart,
be,
yeah.
there will always be soft spots or whatever you want to call it, dead, slightly underneath hills and things like that, but that's just the nature of the,
Okay, well, I wasn't pitting y'all down on it, I'm just curious, that was just
Yes,
a
sir.
curiosity question, trying to look at,
Yeah,
we never want to sacrifice safety, never want to sacrifice safety.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
All right, let's move along. Anything else? You got some more?
Those were the three items, gentlemen.
All right, any questions? Any other questions? All right,
Thoughtful budget, though, I do appreciate it.
Yeah,
There is a vanilla folder. It has, there's two packets. One is kind of a brief summary about what I talked about. That second packet has more detail. I did update from the last time. And so it's just got something where you can go back and kind of review the details of what we had talked about.
Feel pretty to smile a little bit. Yeah, it's not so bad.
okay,
we're good.
thank you very much.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank y'all, gentlemen, for your time. God bless you.
Thank you, you too.
So moving on, we have the Criminal District Attorney, Josh Teetons, with us today with some of his staff. And so in the capital outlay list, there is the one request line, and it is for two Chevrolet Traverse as well. And so, and then he has a presentation. He's going to talk a little bit about that need and some other information concerning his office.
Good morning.
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 Well, we timed this just right, and I've been told that because we timed it so well, this is really just a formality, because today's my birthday.
No,
And we're going to get whatever I wish for.
Well, no,
Right?
it's a formality,
Right.
it's your birthday.
Oh.
Anything outside of that, dang.
I read that wrong in the memo. I read that wrong. Thank
I
you.
didn't even get the memo.
You didn't get the memo?
No.
Didn't get the memo. Josh Teetons, District Attorney's Office. We have Brent Howell, one of our fine investigators. Brent is our car guy. He's got some information, some stats to remind the court. Last year, we had a significant increase in the number of vehicles to provide transportation for our investigators, of which we have 9. The commissioners, along with the sheriff's department, worked very well with us to bring in some older vehicles that were not up to code or specs for the sheriff's department, but we are not in high pursuits. We are not needing lights and sirens or any of those things that you just heard about, like with the constable's office. And so we were able to get some of those older vehicles. We've got some numbers on how much those cost to bring just up to drivability. And then moving forward, the goal then and now is to transition into a newer fleet, if possible, with a few vehicles each year, 2 of which we're requesting this year. So I'm going to pass it to, excuse me, Brent, to give you some of those stats and numbers of what they're using these vehicles for as investigators and where we're at as far as our need.
So, yeah, just what Josh was saying, last year we came and got 2 Traverses, and then we got 6 vehicles from the sheriff's office, ranging from a 2010 Crown Vic up to a 2016 Ford Fusion, for investigators' use to serve papers, transport people, I mean, locate, take attorneys to meetings and all that. And we had discussions of starting out with baby steps that way first, and then every year try to add 2 new vehicles to make the fleet more healthy. An example of that, for the reason it's like the 2010 Crown Vic. Yesterday, or day before yesterday, the investigator was driving back from a training, and the windshield wipers went out. So it's in the shop right now to get it back up and running so we can keep on using it. So we would like to try to get to a healthy fleet. But like what Josh was saying, as far as getting the vehicles up, we haven't gotten 2 of them yet because of how the budget worked and getting new vehicles in. There was 2 of them that the sheriff's office was still using as backup vehicles. They weren't actually on the line yet to be auctioned, but we were going to get those 2 once they got their new vehicles in. Those 2 went on the line to be auctioned. Those 2 were to come to us. Those are in the process right now of being, when I say outfitted, up and running to like oil pan gasket. One of them need a front wheel bearing, something like that. Different things like that. Just those 2 vehicles alone is a little over 6,000. I think it was 6,000. Let me double check my numbers here. No, I'm sorry, just a little over 4,000 for those 2. One of them was 3,700, the other one's about 700. So that's why I had the 3,700 in my mind times 2. A little over 4,000 though, just to get those 2 outfitted.
I'm going to interrupt and just say, so the court's clear, these monies that are being spent, we're using our own asset forfeiture money to bring them up to standards to make them drivable. And in the meantime, our investigators that don't have these vehicles yet are still using their personal vehicles.
Yeah.
So continue.
And, you know, nevertheless, it's coming out of one pot or another, but it's still, that's money you don't have anymore is what you point.
Yes, sir.
Whether it's in, no matter what fund it comes out of.
So in total, it's been about 11,000 to get vehicles up and going, including those 2 Tahoes, they're 2014 Tahoes that's supposed to be getting up and going right now. So including those, it's been a little over 11,000 now of asset forfeitures to get them up and going for us. And then, like I said, the continue, like with Crown Vic, it's in the shop right now, so we don't know what that's going to cost yet to get it back up and going. Last year, whenever I looked at Traverses, kind of like the constable's office was talking before, I look at the Tahoes, the Ford Explorers, and the Traverses. They're just least expensive, but good vehicles. I'm driving one of the Traverses that we got in the budget this past year, and they're just good vehicles, especially for the money. So, and that being said, with how we've gotten the vehicles over time from the sheriff's office or the Traverses, I have numbers just for the past 3 months, really. And to give I did, and these are just the numbers from these vehicles being used. The investigators that are using their personal vehicles, it's not including their, we've been out a total of like 134 times serving subpoenas, trying to locate 64 different witnesses, taking attorneys to meetings 35 different times, unable to locate witnesses. You know, when we're out there trying to find them at different addresses, multiple addresses, that's happened 28 times. I have a other category because I didn't realize until looking at these stats and when we said we're going to start keeping some of them, how many different meetings we go to at Waco PD, Lorraine Police Department, at these different police departments or different things like that, that don't fall in the category of witness stuff, but still part of business. So that was about 111, and I know the vehicle's been used, I put a category there for off hours, so after 5 or before 8 or on the weekends, and it's been 14 times in the past 3 months. So, and most of those have been me because I remember one witness in particular that I had a very difficult time with. I was out Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. And we've gone to pick them up from Dallas, and what we do for the Dallas trips, Austin trips that we have to do, the newer vehicles, which is the 2024 Ram pickup and the 2 Traverses, are the ones used for that. So if someone's driving the Crown Vic or if someone's driving one of the other vehicles, they switch with us and they take one of the newer vehicles because we don't want to take the chance of a vehicle breaking down in Dallas and having to tow it back or anything like that. So,
With a guest in the back.
yeah, exactly.
How many miles are you guys putting on in a month on a vehicle?
On per vehicle, I don't have those right here with me. I did look at, I've kind of looked at it in the past. Like the Traverse I'm in, it's been to Austin 4 times since we've had it. It's been to Dallas 3 times. So it's averaged about 800 a month. Is what the average is. The other one's about 200, 300 a month, I think is what it was. So it's a large range. I mean, the Traverse that I'm in, it's got 4,800 miles on it right now. But that's the one, with where my office is located, that's the one people come to me saying, hey, I need to go to Dallas, hey, I need to go here. So mine's usually the one that's taken somewheres. So, in fact, it's, the other Traverse, I think, has 2,500 miles on it or something like that.
And y'all have had them how long now?
We got them April, I believe. Hang on, let me think about that.
That'd be around 2,500 miles, like you were saying.
Yeah. I believe it was April that we got them.
Or 800 a month, excuse
Yeah.
me, you're saying.
In fact, we got 'em March 25th around. Because I started the log on mine.
But
Yeah.
right at 4 months.
Yeah. So, any questions?
Any vehicle questions?
I saw where you said you transport attorneys. We're talking about from the DA's office?
We're not in handcuffs, but yes, if we need to go out to a scene, track down a witness, go do an interview, meet with law enforcement, the investigators will typically go with the attorney
I see what you're
and take them there.
I see what you're saying.
Or if the attorney's in jail and they have to go get him.
That is
We
not-
don't transport anyone in handcuffs.
That's right. That's right. No cages needed.
Yeah, no cages, no lights, no equipment like that needed on any vehicles.
Okay,
But you're taking the attorneys out for protection, that's why you're there with them too, right?
Yes, sir.
Makes sense.
Well, and taking them out for their protection, we know the area to get them there. No reason for them to use their personal vehicles also, different, but yes, mainly protection.
okay. Questions on the cars, we'll go right ahead.
You know,
Where are they at, the cars?
So about 1, 2, 3. The 5th line down on that capital outlay list, the 2025, 2026 Traverse LT,
2 of them.
and there's 2 of them there.
I was just looking for the DA out to the side department and I didn't see
It's
it.
up high.
It says
yeah.
district
1,
attorney
2,
up
3,
top.
4, 5 from the top.
5th line down, yeah.
It's small.
It is.
There, okay, yes, it is. You know, I had to take Advil yesterday twice from looking at this.
And we're asking for 2.
DA
because-
spans.
You know, this would
stands for
fit on a
district attorney.
5x7 note card.
I'll note that for next year.
And we're asking for 2 because trying to keep the healthy fleet, but like right now, we have 1 investigator that car's not assigned to because we got 6 from the sheriff's office, 5 from the sheriff's office, and already had 3, so that's 8, and there's 9 investigators. So even with getting 2, we would be potentially only giving back the Crown Vic to the sheriff's office and continue on and just wanting to get a healthy fleet. So, down the line, we're not having the problem that we are with that Crown Vic right now.
Okay. Any other questions on vehicles? All right, you may proceed.
Okay, you guys are gonna have to stop me at any point in time. I know your time, okay, we're done. Your time is incredibly valuable. I wanted to hit some highlights. I know HR has made some presentations, we made some requests. I want to thank the HR department, the auditor's office. Working with them has been incredibly easy. and they're very helpful and understanding and have given us some good numbers. We have obviously made some different salary and position requests that I think were already presented, but I wanted the court to see some of the things that we've done over the last year or so, and hopefully give you some good reasons to understand and then ultimately approve some of these requests, if not all. We're going to burn through these as fast as I can. Our wonderful auditor is helping make this pretty and helpful. McLennan County prosecutors, we have the highest per prosecutor caseload among our 8 comparable counties. This is what was provided to us by HR to show those numbers. Our ultimate point to be made here, I guess, is that we much prefer quality over quantity, even though we have such a high caseload per attorney. We believe that we have the best attorneys in our office, and we want to continue to keep the best attorneys in our office. It is very easy to hire new young prosecutors. We have a fantastic pipeline with the law school. This summer, in fact, we have 24 interns, one of which is even from Harvard Law, because we are quickly getting a good, solid reputation across the state as an office that works very well with each other, and as well as in the courtrooms being very successful. Keep going. Those salaries also are lower based on that per case ratio than the 8 comparable counties. Next slide. When we came in, there were 9 vacancies, and the backlog of felony cases were significant. We quickly addressed that with our intake department, dedicated 3 prosecutors to handling those backlogged cases and reviewing and screening those felonies and misdemeanors as fast as we possibly can. Next slide. In addition to just an incredible volume of cases, there were 60 pending murder cases that were pending. That does not mean we had 60 bodies in the county. That means that there were 60 defendants, many of which were co-defendants. Next slide. Keep going. I'm doing this quick for you guys. There are only, out of that original 60, 4 that are still pending. Click the next one. 2 of those have been incompetent to stand for trial. The other 2 are set for trial in September. So in 2.5 years, we were able to move essentially 58 of the 60.
Good job.
That's great.
Keep going. We've tried 12 murder and capital murder defendants since '23. All were convicted. 1 pled guilty, accepted life in prison after a hung jury. So again, incredibly successful. The average sentence at trial was 71 years.
Broke it.
Broke it. All right, so these are just some of those highlights of some of those cases. 2016 strangulation, gang member, Mart football player, killed 2 of his friends. Waco man convicted killing the mother of his children, 60 years prison. Dagenalt, life, repeatedly. It's thinking real hard. Those cases that were not tried, the rest of them received between 30 and 50-year sentences in plea bargain agreements. And these are some of those plea bargain agreements, 40s, 50-year, 45s, et cetera. Keep going. Since we, again, have handled the bulk of those 60, there are now currently 34 pending murder defendants or defendants charged with murder on the docket right now. By moving these individuals out of the jail, we've saved the county ultimately about $750,000 in jailhouse costs. Keep going. Crimes against children is our next area that we've intentionally focused on. And you can just keep clicking through these fast. 40 defendants have been charged and tried. 38 were convicted. One was acquitted. So we only lost one of those trials. One was a hung jury. The average sentence for those sex offenders, 58 years. You can burn through these. These are your bigger cases of those trials that we had for various sexual abuse, life, 30 years, life again, etc. Many of these are also connected to trafficking. They may not always be prosecuted as such or called a trafficking case. Aggravated assault of a child or continuous sexual assault of a child is typically easier to prove, even if trafficking occurred, and it carries the same level of punishment. We were recognized this year and received the local Unbound Award for our work in this field. Next up is our TAG unit. That's Texas Anti-Gang Unit. We are one of 9 in the state of Texas. That's both a blessing and a little bit of a curse because it ultimately was placed here because of our gang problem. We're actively monitoring about 40 different gangs. You can click to the next slide. You can click, yeah, there you go. We're focused obviously on the violent gang members. This is some fuzzy math for you guys. Since 23, we have resolved 104% of gang-related cases and 93% have been convicted through a plea or a trial, and more than 3,000 prison years or TDC time in all of those cases. Various plea agreements and trials have been sentenced and handed down on these violent gang offenders. And then these are just some of those highlights: robbery, shooting, high-speed chase, drug dealing, you name it. Unfortunately, it's happening here. Much like our efforts in the trafficking, crimes against children world, we've been recognized, and we are going to, a group of us along with Waco PD TAG officers, to Chicago in August to receive the Thrasher Award. We thought that was just a really cool gang name, but it's actually somebody's name from Chicago that did a lot of work in the field of tackling gang violence. So next up, keep going. Kind of like I said, it was like drinking out of a fire hose before when we got in the office. And we have eliminated now 5+ years of backlog cases in just 2.5 years. The oldest screening felony case right now is 2024. You can keep going through some of these. Law enforcement, obviously, without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. These are some of those meetings that Brent has talked about, some trainings that we have gone to. We're truly becoming an office that other, not only law enforcement agencies, but district attorney offices seek out for assistance and guidance in prosecuting cases. We have traveled around the county doing trainings. We've gone and done trainings here. Texas A&M brings people from College Station up here for trainings. Like I said, law enforcement, you can keep going, has been some of our greatest allies. These are just some of the trainings that we do: search and seizure, courtroom testimony, investigations. And you can just keep clicking and burning through these. We receive, thankfully, letters of support all the time from different agencies. These are just a few that sent in letters recently about some of the trainings and things that we've done in cases that we've worked with them.
Is that the end?
It should keep going. Waco Police Department, affirm the excellence of our collaborative working relationship, contributions they've made to the significant decrease in crime. And I'm sure y'all have heard this from others. Right now in the county, we've had the lowest crime rate since 1993 is where we're at now. Last year and the year before that, it went down significantly. We attribute that to our partnerships with law enforcement. Sheriff's Department, same way. Hewitt Police Department, collaboration, you'll see this in a lot of these letters. Partnerships, we're able to be accessible to these law enforcement agencies at any time. They have our cell phone numbers of prosecutors, we have theirs, and we're always ready and responsive, as you see there from Lacey Lakeview. And those continue on. And then one last slide to finish it up. I appreciate y'all letting us chat and talk. Ultimately, we want to retain and continue to develop our prosecutors, attract the best candidates here for the job, and of course, to have the best DA's office in the state of Texas. Any questions? That was a lot of info. I tried to get through it quick.
You're full staff now.
Yes, sir.
But that's why you're asking for the additional to maintain this or
Yes, sir.
even improve on it.
Yes,
Well, that-
ultimately to maintain and improve, and prime example of why we are specifically seeking a felony prosecutor position. Our judges have been exceptionally good to work with, but we, again, only have officially 2 dedicated felony district courts, Judge West and Judge Kelly. In order to address this backlog, and the reason we have been able to move so many cases in such a short amount of time is they will have multiple trials of cases off their dockets. So, for example, this week alone, we tried 2 19th court cases, 2 felony cases off the 19th court docket. At one point, a few months ago, we had 6 felony trials going at the same time, with misdemeanor judges helping, Judge Bennett out down the street. Here, of course, they brought in Judge Sparkman as a visiting judge, and that's been exceptionally helpful to address the problem, but having another body to cover felony courts is needed.
With the crime rate dropping, do you see, and you can't forecast, and I know that, but I can ask for your best guess. My only concern is we've got a crime rate going down and we're gonna have head count coming up.
Yes.
When do those lines get where we can have some consistency and some,
Correct.
understand what I'm saying?
I do.
You talking about head, excuse me, you talking about head count for, employees,
Right, for new employees.
not population growth, but
Yes.
I would hope that those trends continue to go down. I would say that time-wise, that is going to be a while, especially when you look at our 8 comparable counties that we're the highest per case per prosecutor right now. I foresee that that will continue on for some time. Even though we have addressed that 5+ years backlog, in the meantime, people have continued to commit crime. Every 2 weeks, we're indicting between 100 and 150 new felonies. And so we're trading one significant backlog number of cases, but our new cases are steadily rising inversely.
And just so you know, I don't know if you were listening yesterday or not, but all new position requests yesterday, we pulled out.
Okay.
And then as we get to the end of the budget, know what kind of money we have to work with, we'll start plugging back in based on need.
Excellent.
So just in case you were wondering, I want to be honest with everybody.
Yes, sir. Understand.
What was the HR recommendation on the,
It was yes,
Just a difference in salary, I think.
yeah, there was some visit back and forth between the DA's office and HR on the actual salary request based on staff count and work volume compared to peer county supports. But the recommendation was yes on the position.
all right, any other questions?
Will that additional person improve that 104% rate?
I sure hope so.
Don't
I
talk
sure
about
hope
that.
so.
We'll talk to the auditor about that math on that.
It's fuzzy math. It's fuzzy math. Our first year, the Office of Court Administration, state organization that tracks cases open and closed and various other things across the state, said that we were doing 108% good.
I don't understand
Which
that.
really confused me. But in '22, the efficiency rate for the office was 88%. In '24, we hit that 108%. So we improved by 20%, which means, I had to dig to the bottom of this because I went to law school so I wouldn't have to do math. God bless our auditor. It means that we are disposing of more cases than are coming in.
Okay,
So that
where
correlates
you get
with
the-
a reduction in crime
Right.
and moving through the backlog.
And then last question from me, if Anna was here, I'd ask her. She's not. What is your turnover rate in your office?
Slim to none. It's, it's funny you should mention that. I felt like the sports team that had won the championship, and we don't get the first-round draft pick because we're doing very well. We've only had, in going on 3 years now, 2 misdemeanor folks leave for family reasons. Now, it just so happens that they also went to bigger counties with significantly different salaries. Montgomery County, for example, is where one of them went, and $80,000 prosecutor here starts at $100,000 there. But the turnover is slim.
Okay.
It's slim. We've got a fantastic team.
Well, and that's kudos to you guys for being able to do that as well.
All right, any other questions?
Well, I'll ask the same question that I asked Constable Cantu. Vehicles, person, if we had to cut something. I know where you're coming from on the vehicles. I do.
Right.
I mean, we got you here on the.
I hate to do
I
this to
know.
Brent.
Yeah.
I hate to do this to Brent, but having that person in a courtroom to move a case, I think outweighs the need for a vehicle.
Well, hopefully we can do it, but like I
Right.
said, we're gonna have to
Right.
wait till the end.
We gotta make some cuts.
Exactly.
So that's
You know,
why- trying to figure out where is your level, what level of pain are you tolerant to?
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
Thank you all for being honest with us. And
absolutely.
Thank you very
May I
much.
make one other comment?
Yeah,
Just
appreciate you.
while he's with us, we've been talking a lot, we haven't really got there yet, but increases in operating expenditures. In his budget, he's made some decreases, and then there's just one slight increase of about $9,500, and that is for professional services, so psychological evaluations, expert witnesses, all of those costs that fall into professional services. And
Right.
I think that's just a necessary cost of business for his office, but I just wanted to point that out while he was here.
thank you.
Thank you for that.
All right, any other questions? Thank y'all very much.
happy
Thank you all.
birthday.
Thank you.
We'd sing to you, but that'd ruin your day.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
If the fire trucks show up at the DA's office, we know the candles are lit.
Oh, not that old.
Golly.
Guys, thank you all a lot.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Can I ask
Sure.
Francis one question real quick?
Yeah.
Is it possible to get just, and it may be in here somewhere, just a listing of new vehicle requests by total
So,
this year compared to,
yes.
let's say, the last year?
Sure. It's not in this document, but we can get that for
Yeah.
you. And so it is, of course, like some pieces of the capital outlay, and then we can
Exactly,
pull
I'm
last
looking
year's.
just vehicles this
Oh, it's in the
year
budget
first.
binder. Haley is,
It's in the budget binder?
yes. So,
Oh.
we can pull that up if you want.
No, that's okay, I'll get to it. If I can't
So
find
in
it,
that
I'll call
packet-
Haley.
We'll get,
It's on the second tab.
Commissioner Smith missed it, there's a good chance we all did.
Budget binder.
I got it right there, budget binder.
It will be towards the,
What was his question?
How many
how
vehicles we have?
cars
vehicles?
compared.
it'll be towards,
Are,
oh, it's.
are being requested.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Come on, come on,
Don't look at that.
come on.
Study she did
It's
on
on page 38.
take away mileage reimbursement.
Yeah, right.
So these are the vehicles purchased each year by
Okay,
department.
okay, there you go.
I'm
Was
glad
that
you
page
can-
39?
Page 39 in the
Yeah, 39.
budget binder
Yes.
has vehicle comparisons from 2017 to 2024 by department
Yes.
on request.
And if you do see, if you look at that, there is some skewed numbers within the sheriff's office because they ordered, did not get them until the
Didn't get
next
come
year.
in.
And so, but, should all even out over time, so.
And the answer is what?
So I guess in 2025, because that's not complete yet, we don't have that, but I believe.
That's okay, but yeah, so we're basically comparing it to 36 last year, which is a skewed number because of the 2 years purchase.
Yes, yes.
So you could basically, let's say, split that in half. So it'd be
Yes.
14, which would be
Correct.
22. 22 and 24, 21 and 23, 19, 22, 21, 23, 20, 21, blah, 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 blah.
And so the sheriff's office request has been pretty constant. It's just those other departments that need them here and there, that they're not continuously replenishing their fleet.
If we can see at some point the request this year.
Yes, we'll extract that and then have that ready for you to.
From a personnel perspective, since he's been in office, has he requested new personnel? I think he has. I just don't remember how many and how many were granted.
We can give
That
that
was
to you
the
as well.
first year he was in there, we did some, because it was coming in, and a lot of people leave.
Right.
I've talked about before.
And so, in 2024, 6 positions were added. That brought them to a total of 71. 2025, you added 1. You added 1 last year.
So 7
7 positions
this
over
year,
the last
we're
2
talking
years.
8.
And
And then they're requesting
over
1
in,
position this year.
personnel, there's some comparisons, I think, on those positions that Anna presented.
And some of this, if y'all want to come back and, look at it as a whole and see what those trends are.
Yeah,
We have
that might be
a lot of
one that we
tables
come
and
back
graphs
and
that-
put that in the parking lot.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, because then we'll go all the way to 11:30 if we can stand it. And Heather, I hope that doesn't put you in a jam. First, take a little break.
I'm just freezing over here.
Oh, come on.
You should have been here yesterday. It was a little muggy.
Do you want any,
Well, I put my set over there, but I thought I'd be quick this morning and.
take a 5-minute recess? You want some cheese?
Recording stopped.
The only thing I'm getting at, if we're talking about cuts, head count, we need to know these numbers. And need to be aware.
We'll move on to health services. So we have Heather Travers with us today. She has one capital outlay request. And then I know she wants to speak a little bit about her department. If you look at her department, she does have a decrease. But I think it's important for her to highlight why that decrease is there, just so you can, know what's occurring trend-wise in her office. So she has a presentation as well, and we'll flip through that, and I will turn it over to Heather.
Good morning. We'll move quickly. I know you guys are busy. Some considerations thinking about this year is our department's going to be relocating at some point. Jay, Mike can update us on that. We don't know what that's going to look like cost-wise. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And then we're going to, have an increase in production potentially with processing more of those jail medical claims. So plans for the future are just continuing our outreach efforts and then implementation of the Inovalon program, which that proposal has been put together and submitted for the next agenda. We'll talk about the capital outlay issue with the replacing the copier, and then I was going to ask that we purchase a refrigerator and freezer, but the grant that we applied for got approved, and so I'll be bringing that to the next court to be accepted.
What are you gonna put in that freezer?
Well, we already have
Deer
a
meat?
Travers Cattle Company beef, maybe, I don't know.
All right, I'll be
We
back.
already have one that we're using that was donated to us by maintenance, so we use it to put our cold and frozen food in there from Shepherd's Heart that we distribute out of the office to
Okay,
clients.
so you are a food pantry type.
Yes, sir. And that one's, we've already had a couple of issues with it. It's just old, so we
Yeah.
were gonna go ahead and purchase another one before it died.
Yeah.
And so now we'll be able to do that with those grant funds.
Sounds good.
Okay, so moving along, next slide. So talking about furniture and equipment, I don't foresee a change to our budget for FY '26, but we do need to purchase a couple of office chairs, so I just wanted to put that out there because I'll be coming forward with a request for a budget amendment to do that with current year funds.
Okay.
Slide. Repairs and maintenance, this is the capital outlay item. So our current copier is a 2010. We've had ongoing issues with it, but because I'm so conservative with our funds, I just keep using it and trying to get every ounce out of it we can. But what I'm afraid of is it's gonna die, and then we're gonna have a gap of time in order to replace it. So if we were to go ahead and replace it and order it now, it's 6 to 8 weeks out to get one in. So I propose that we consider purchasing a new copier, which will be a decrease if we do so to our FY '26 budget, because our current maintenance agreement is $2,800, and it increases 15% every year. And with the new purchase copier of $5,116.25 on our last quote, our new maintenance contract would just be $1,012.80 a year. So that would actually be a savings in that category, but with that upfront investment.
You got that from Ken?
Yes, sir. We
Yeah.
worked with CTWP to get that quote, and Ken's looked over everything, and we looked at the lease versus purchase option. We did all that.
So will this be out of county contingency or would it be out of yours?
We have, I believe we have funds this year to just do a budget amendment, go ahead and purchase the copier, and then we would adjust our FY '26 maintenance agreement amount moving forward.
Yeah, good.
Okay?
Thanks
Next
for that.
item. Then we have software. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out there since that proposal's coming potentially to the next court. The Inovalon program that David also hit on from Sheriff's Office, it's $12,000 annually. I know he threw a $30,000 figure out there, but we're looking at $12,000. And we can either add that to health services budget, or we can split it and share it with the Sheriff's Office. David said he didn't mind taking the full cost, so we'll just let that be the discretion of the court and the auditor's office. But just putting it on there because it could be a potential increase to our line item for FY '26 if we absorb some of it. We will be using the program also for county indigent, so however you guys decide, if you approve that purchase, that agreement, then how do we pay for it?
Is that program in place anywhere where you can kind of give us an idea,
Yes.
a percent of the medical costs that we?
Yes, sir. In the proposal that's coming to court with it, I've already kind of lined all that out to look
Hill
at.
County has it. And
Yes, sir.
And they're much smaller than us, and they've seen significant
They said 6 figures in the first 6
Six
months
figure.
of implementation.
6 figures.
So we did a little cost analysis, and it's all in the agenda item that'll be
Okay.
coming forth.
Sounds good.
So that 12,000 isn't in your original request?
No,
correct? So
no,
if they approve
no.
it this year, then we'll.
But it was
add
in
that
SOs. Did you say it was
I
or
don't
what?
know that they included it, and I think they just talked about it as a potential savings for the upcoming year.
Just put it in.
It would make more
Put it in
sense for it to
yours.
be in.
Well, I don't mind that we put it in mine. I just don't want 3 years from now, we say, Heather, your software budget sure just keeps going up, but that we remember that some of it's shared expense with sheriff's office as well, right? Like,
Yeah, but it's return on investment that I'm
Oh.
watching, not so much how much, but
yeah, I'm fine either way. I agree.
Unless the sheriff's department has a fund that,
We'll pay for it.
yeah, pay for it, but I don't know.
We can check on that. see
Yeah,
if
we'll
they
ask.
have- if that
They
can
might
be-
have, yeah,
Yeah.
some other funding opportunity. Okay?
keep talking.
Next, what do we have next? Okay, so looking at just our indigent healthcare expenditures, to date, we're at 1.6. And I updated it, I updated it yesterday to 1.6, and that came off of your figures. So when you go to the next slide, it kind of shows our expenditures and active clients since FY '20. So we'll end up about where we were last year, but I believe it would be okay to consider reducing the budget just based on expenditures for the upcoming year. And we can play with that number as we get a little bit closer, lock in something, but I just kind of proposed reducing it a little.
Okay.
And you know, that ebbs and flows. I know we've always tried to drill down on that, but there's always some contributing factors, but for the most part, it's pretty steady.
Okay.
Poppers has also seen a dramatic decline, which is, you know, what we hoped for. And I think we're seeing it. Last year, we implemented the changes that resulted in the decrease last year, but we left the budget the same coming into this year because we renewed our contract. We didn't know what those rates were going to look like, so we just left that figure in there to be sure that we covered in case the contract went up, and it did not.
Is part of that y'all's efforts in insurance on a burial insurance, or if they had insurance that you're collecting against?
Yes, sir. So that's our reimbursements column there.
Right, right.
So if they have money in a trust fund or a checking account, or there's a fundraiser, those types of things, we collect those as reimbursements.
Offset the cost.
And you see reimbursements go down a lot of times with expenditures because there's less to collect when you're spending less. But to date, we've spent 31,000. So, I mean, we could potentially decrease. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the trend with that. So I'm just proposing we maybe even cut it in half, but that can be the discretion of the court
Heather,
as well.
why is that trend going down there? I mean, is it something that we're doing, that you're doing that's working, or?
So we
Kinda-
analyzed the Popper policy in comparison to all of our comparable counties and found that there was some room for reinterpretation of eligibility criteria. And so last fiscal year, we implemented liquid and non-liquid assets as eligibility criteria. So that then reduced the number of eligible applicants.
That and throw in the insurance and everything at all.
Right, so if they have a will, if they have burial insurance, if, you know, those are going to exclude them. If there's an executor to an estate, well, then that person takes responsibility then. And so just a lot of factors play into that. But I'd be happy to give you some history on the program one day and kind of catch you up to speed with where we are, because a lot of work's gone into getting us in a good
Once
place.
that they started making the cremation,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that helped immensely.
And that was prior to me. It used to be burials, then it went to predominantly cremation. And so that started prior to FY '20.
Is it still predominantly
Yes, sir.
overwhelming?
No, it's not overwhelming.
No, I'm talking about the percentage of
Oh,
Cremations?
yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's across the board, even in the private sector. I mean, you're.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're
Yes.
absolutely correct.
And so there's a projection out there, like in the next, I don't remember how many years it was quoted, it's going to be like 80% cremations. I mean, it's
Really?
just in the private sector, period, because it's just more cost effective. People are running out of space, and you can get 4 to 6 interments in a grave for cremains than you can one burial. It's just a lot of factors play into that. So, okay, I think that's it.
Okay, any questions?
no, that's the best.
That's good.
Financially, that's one of the best we've heard yet.
Yeah,
so.
thank you for cutting that.
And so on the capital
introduction.
request for the copier, so you're
Yes.
saying that you probably will be able to buy that in 2025?
Yes,
right?
if
So
I-
we can pull that
Right, so if I can get your approval on that, we'll move forward with go ahead and getting that purchase, bring the budget amendment to court to get that done, then we can adjust that line item moving into FY '26.
I mean, if you got the budget for it, I don't think the court's gonna have a problem with that, just bring the budget amendment.
Okay, and we're talking $1,200,
Yeah.
and we already have 500 there,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay?
Did you have an introduction?
I did. I wanted to take a moment to introduce our new program administrator, Erica Kunkel, to the court.
Come on up.
Nice to meet you.
So, teaching her everything I know.
And last name again, Kunkel?
Kunkel, yes, sir.
K-U-N-K-E-L?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yeah, so she joined us and has hit the ground running and
So what
very
you,
smart, smarter than me, so that's a good thing.
yeah, right.
Any kin to Dr. Kunkel?
No, sir, not
Okay.
to my knowledge.
All right.
We're from the West area, so.
There's some Kunkels on my side of the family. Dallas area.
You
Might
know,
look at that family tree.
So did you just get out of school or what, did you
No,
have
sir.
a job before here?
I worked for Texas Department of Transportation for almost 9 years.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you've been in a lot of structured,
Yes, sir. I've done various
Tried, tested, and
positions.
true.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
Very,
great.
very smart.
I worked,
So, huge asset to the
I worked for
county.
TechStop for 9 years, so.
and look what it did to him.
Look what
Yeah,
happened.
look, thanks a lot.
Well, very nice to meet you, and
Very
if
nice
there's
to meet
anything we can do to help you, please let us know.
Thank you. It's nice to
Welcome.
meet y'all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Heather.
Bet, thank you all.
Ready for the West Coast.
All right, enjoy your day.
One
you.
comment.
Warm up.
Yeah.
This just, because we were just, no, I'll go ahead, that's fine, that's fine. Of what we're talking about and everything like that. I asked Francis, it's been a while back, to run numbers on, out of our budget, kind of pull out what we spend on indigent health care. And of course, that included, she said, that department, but also drug, DWI court, the Cove and so forth. And it's in excess of, 2024 is excess of, excuse me, excess of $4,564,000. We spend over close between $4 and $5 million.
Wow.
Yeah,
This is Susan's doctor.
yeah, go right ahead.
That's unfunded. We have to take care of that, right?
Yeah.
That's unfunded.
Yeah, it's a mandate.
And there's a portion of the tax rate calculation where you can accommodate increases in some of those costs. Indigent healthcare is one of them. And
Out of
so,
our,
I know, and so of course, ours has gone down,
yeah,
yes. But that,
no new revenue rate.
they try to accommodate something there for counties to
Yeah.
use. Do we want to wait, or are we good to keep going?
TJ,
That wouldn't be a very long phone call.
Now,
tell me you didn't have nothing to do with the font size, TJ.
so, everything good? No, no problem. So TJ, you heard the last presentation, and she kind of set an expectation.
Oh, man.
And I'm sorry, guys.
We should have
Mine's
had
not
her
gonna be that
first.
impressive.
First this morning.
Yeah, mine won't be nearly that impressive, I'm afraid.
So we passed out a packet, and it has information related to the Maintenance of Buildings Department, capital request, and then also, being the Director of Facilities, we'll also cover some projects that TJ has proposed for this next year. And then we're going to just take a little quick overview of where we are in permanent improvement funds in total. So that's our agenda for this discussion. And I don't need to talk over you, Keith.
No, you're fine, you're fine. I think we can start with capital outlay, if that's okay. I think that's where we were on the list. So, you know, we recognize what the court is faced with this year. You know, that being said, there's nothing on our list that's make or break, you know, for a 14 or 16-month period. So we are willing to defer all those items, and, you know, take into consideration for
All right, we
2027.
appreciate you coming in. We'll
Yeah,
see.
no problem, hey, I'm good.
Yeah.
Same thing on personnel requests.
Yeah.
You know, we've got 2 personnel requests that we're looking at, 1 custodian, 1 technician. It's nothing that's gonna make or break us over a 12-month span. So we know what you guys are faced with, we appreciate what you do. We're gonna forego those until 2027.
All right, and kind of a question that Commissioner Perry asked the other day, and I also, it's, anything in here have I mean, there's a positive approach that you're giving us right now, but does it cause any kind of consequence? Does any of these cause any consequence that would be more expensive or us not being able to provide the service for you? I mean, just for us to know, just,
Not necessarily. I mean, of course, I mean, inflation on vehicles and trailers
Yeah.
and things of that nature, I mean, yes, there could be some ramifications, but it's not gonna be enough. I mean,
Okay.
it's, you know, when you're faced with a $20 million deficit, just very small potatoes,
Right,
you know.
yeah, right.
So nothing I would be concerned about.
And so I'm assuming without the 4x4, the dump trailer's not needed then?
No, so the dump trailer, I mean, we could haul with our two-wheel drives. We have several three-quarter tons we could haul with it. So right now, we've got 4 vehicles that are over that 20-year mark. So they're kind of struggling. So this would be a replacement for one of those. And of course, we always try to introduce more 4x4s into the fleet because while everybody else is at home during a snow day or ice day, we're here. So it helps get personnel on site.
How many do you have now?
Right now, we've got 5 in our fleet that are four-wheel drive.
Yeah, okay.
What is this orbital scrubber kit? I'm assuming that's
It's a floor scrubber. Yeah, it's a walk behind. So it's just, it helps speed up the process when I don't have personnel doing a hand mop,
Yeah.
you know, on 6,500 square feet of floor every day. It speeds up the process.
Yeah, bunch.
Talking with somebody yesterday about where we're going to with AI and robotics and everything like that. Do they have yet a orbital scrubber that's self-contained? It does its own, it maps, it sees where it needs to go and goes?
They
without-
do.
like a Roomba?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
right.
do.
Like a giant
Drone.
It's commercial grade Roomba is pretty much what it is.
Is that what
It
they are?
sweeps and mops and does all the things, but is it cost effective right now? Probably not.
They're very
In a
expensive.
few years, it might be.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've got a Roomba at home and I would.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's worth its weight in gold.
My cat loves to chase out.
Oh, with 4 dogs? Oh,
We come in one day.
But I didn't know if
cats
it would
hunting.
eventually, you know, personnel-wise, if you lose someone that's doing just that, you replace it with this over a period of time, it pays for itself, you know, something like that.
potentially, but you know, mopping of a floor and sweeping of a floor is just a very small part
Or
of their
their
duties.
position, certainly.
Right, yeah, yeah.
understand.
But if you've got a large bulk space, I mean, a huge meeting room or lots of corridors, like adult probation or records building, it could be worth it at some point.
One other question, TJ, and I'll leave, well, yeah, one question, one comment, but, when we make these moves and we're moving from A to B and B to C and C to D, how much, is it because we're different configurations that we're not able to move furniture and equipment with them sometimes? And so what happens with that gets left back behind? Are we going to auction with it? Or are we putting it up where somebody else can claim it?
It all depends, and it's case-by-case scenario. So like the auditor's office, whenever they do move over to 25th Street, there's some of their furniture that won't fit in the new offices, just because we're going to a little bit smaller office space. And then a lot of their stuff has been piecemealed or, you know, built in place over the years.
Built in place,
And
right.
they just can't take it with them, it's just not feasible. A lot of times, if we're adding space, we will ask a department to leave their furniture, leave it. And we'll move into the new space, that way the folks coming into their space already have furniture and everything's ready to go. Of course, you know, everybody loves new furniture, so we're always faced with that. But yeah, we try our best to evaluate that situation and see what's gonna work best.
Yeah, on Washington Avenue, that building, there was some furniture left there. It helped out a lot, starting to.
Well, yeah, and my final statement is I'm over 20 also, and I'm struggling too, so.
Yeah.
I just like your trucks.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
All right, any other questions for TJ?
TJ, you're easy to get along with, I appreciate it.
No problem. We'll
Yeah,
get
I
the
think
best
you
we can
did
do.
match Heather's,
Yeah,
Moved up on the
wouldn't,
list.
so when we get into your capital outlay, if we agreed to the dump trailer and the scrubber, I mean, I hate to see just cut everything out. I appreciate you cutting it, because that's cutting it over, you know, what, 3 times almost, but
Well, you know, we've got one dump trailer and we share it with Trading House. And the thing that we've noticed here, you know, over the past year and a half is the influx of folks going out to Trading House, the trash detail has gotten incredible.
yeah.
So it's harder and harder for us to share that trailer whenever we got construction projects going on. But we make it work. I mean, we do the best we can to juggle it around. So it's nothing that's gonna kill us. And like I say, if we have to wait 12 more months and then we'll reevaluate, and then
Do
we're
you
okay.
carry that to the dump ground?
We do.
You dump ourselves?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So then I think then if you go back to that first page of your packet, and we'll talk about the 2 increases in your department. And so those were a 20,000 increase to janitorial services, and then the increase to software licensing and support, which I think is self-explanatory, but if we just want to touch on those two.
Okay. And the increase in janitorial services, just, it is what it is. You know, when COVID hit, the inmate support went away. We had to contract out our support in a lot of our outlying buildings and even some of our downtown buildings. So the cost of that business has just continued to go up over the years. So that's why you're going to see an increase in that. The software licensing and support, and you'll have to refresh my memory, what did we put in?
That was the new software, the ticketing system that was approved this year.
The new work order system. So we moved over to the work order system that IT is currently using. It's right there on your desktop. It's available to everybody. It has been incredible. We started a soft start, probably about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, and we've really seen some good things coming from that. So it's a great system. That's why you're seeing that uptick there. We definitely recommend going forward with it. It is so user-friendly. A lot of people tend to like it. So.
Brings some efficiency.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, of course, I always err on the side of, you know, we want to be that service industry. We want to be that department that's there for everybody. We love the phone calls. We love the text messages. We love all that stuff. We just can't capture the data. So this is helping us do that. I mean, threefold.
And you're still showing a $20,000 decrease.
Right.
That's, you can get more and spend less. I'm always going to vote with you.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
So any other questions there? If not, we will continue moving. And so on page, we're going to cover this first. No, 401 first. That plan is 401? Yes. Okay, on the third page of your packet, I want to now kind of hover over Fund 401, which is our permanent improvement fund. And this doesn't have any bond proceeds tied to it at all. It is just the fund that has portion of your M&O rate transferred into it each year, if you so choose to do so. And so in this fund, we are estimating to start the next year at about $4.3 million. And so that's just built up where you have transferred, usually you've been transferring $1.5 million historically into this fund. And so that is the amount that we are beginning with. We have plugged in $1 million transfer, which we'll talk about hopefully later today, and we can pull that for this year if you would like to.
I think, yeah, that's something with it, kind of at the end of the discussion. That's a discretionary spot.
Definitely.
We can discuss.
And so I just want to touch on this fund and what we have been using it for and what I think is a good way to continue using it. And so each year, TJ usually has a set list of projects, and we'll cover these for next year here in a bit. And it's usually things that just have to, they're permanent improvement projects, but they are just needed to keep our buildings efficient and up to date, accommodate growth, accommodate changes in offices. And so we've been housing those costs here, and I think it's good just to continue that. And so the amount that's in there seems sufficient just to keep those routine costs year to year, and those costs should remain pretty consistent. When you get into, hey, we're converting a jail to a judicial center, you have a $200,000 low water crossing project. Those things are things that we have been, and I think it's good use to use those bond proceed funds.
Yep.
And so when you look at our financial statements, permanent improvement funds are all together. That's just how we have to report them. But this piece is a piece of it. And so I just wanted to talk about that. And we throw around those terms, permanent improvement fund, a lot. But this one is of course, very separate from those bond proceeds.
So you're saying that you project about $750,000 in, or in expenditures total. What's the estimate on expenditures total? 1.2 million, or? I'm looking at budgeted expenditures.
Yes, so in this sheet, you're under budgeted expenditures. What we've done is we've rolled any projects forward that are not yet complete. So, being permanent improvement, the nature of it is, you said it start a project, it's gonna keep rolling until that project's complete, and it's not always within a pretty fiscal year. And so we've moved those amounts forward. And so, if you added no new projects this year, like you said, you'll see there, your total budgeted expenditures, we have 3.4 in contingencies, which we just plug the remainder. So, not moving that million, you'd have about 2.4 to work with for new projects this
Right,
year,
right.
without transferring anything.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on how that fund is being used, how we anticipate it being used.
Proposed budget is right at 1.75, maybe, somewhere around there. Budgeted expenditures for 26.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Backing off contingencies. Thank you. And so now, just having that kind of background on the fund, the next in your packet is a list of the projects that TJ's proposing, and so he'll talk through those. And then if you approve of those, we think the most appropriate place for these is within Fund 401. And that fund can definitely accommodate these projects for next year. Okay.
So we'll start with the Highway 6 fire alarm panel. So over the years and the different renovations and additions that have taken place over there at Highway 6, the fire alarm system has just been piecemealed together. We've noticed last year, we had a major failure within the system itself, lost a couple of panels. The panels are obsolete. The mechanisms themselves are obsolete, so we're having to pay a fortune for them as far as smoke detectors go. So this project would be to completely replace that, rewire the entire building, and zone it appropriately. So this is definitely one from a life safety aspect that we want to continue forward with. Jack Harlow shower repairs. So we're seeing some deterioration in the shower pans themselves out there. We've gone through over the past 3 years or so, had Miracle Method come in and do a coating on those, and the system is really, really working well. So this would be to go in and completely finish out the rest of the facility for the things that we haven't done. Engineer's office move, so we know that we want to shuffle some folks around with inside the records building, especially after the auditor's office is relocated to 25th Street. So this is a budget number to help us do that. Until we determine what the exact layout is going to be and how things are going to need to be modified in the basement, we don't know an exact number, but I feel like this is going to get us really, really close. We could take this down to $1 placeholder, but I don't know if we'd be doing ourselves a disjustice.
Yeah, not if we think we're pretty sure,
And if it's not spent, it'll just roll back
Right,
into
it'll go back
contingencies, so.
Yeah.
And so, when are we evicting them?
We are hoping by that, so John was just talking to me earlier, so the internet systems and all of that infrastructure won't be in place until probably till the end of September, so we're probably looking at the first part of October.
So early in the 26 budget, you'll have.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, got you. Yeah.
Moving on to tax office mods, so this is kind of in conjunction with all of that stuff. We know the tax office is probably going to take over a little bit of space within the current engineering office area. So this dollar figure is just associated with that to make those modifications. Elections, HR, these two kind of coincide with that major move project that we've got going on. It's causing quite a bit of a trickle effect. We put a $1 placeholder here because these are too far in the future to even know what the scale and the scope of work is going to be.
So it could possibly be after the 26 budget.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. I don't expect that. I mean, I would think spring, early summer, we'd be ready to make something happen with these two departments, but.
And that would be close enough to the next budgeting cycle that if we had to,
right,
we could move it.
We could push it off.
Make that decision late in the 26, yeah.
We put a line item in here for road and bridge equipment covers. I know Commissioner Smith had talked about doing an evaluation of all the different road and bridge departments to see who's got what kind of square footage as far as equipment covers go. So we still plan on doing that. We just wanted to capture it as a $1 placeholder in case we do decide to do something. I know Commissioner Smith has a couple of outlying buildings out there that really need to be knocked down and some new ones put up.
Those are historic.
Well, they're historic for sure.
We are.
Fire hazard, I think, is what our
that
insurance
hurts, that
company
hurts, that
said,
hurts.
but.
If, in that particular area, and I don't know, but in the past, when it just comes to put an awning up, we've done that ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it.
A small, yeah, I mean, we just
Be a
recently.
small amount, we may need some help, but,
Just get it,
but we're not gonna go outside to a third-party vendor, I know.
and that's what we've done. We've been able to find contractors that'll do it just as,
Well, I've got guys that can weld and, I mean, we can do it ourselves, all we gotta get is the equipment and the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have the time to do it, I mean, I don't see an issue with that at all. We can design something and get it going, yeah. County HVAC controls, so most of the court is aware, we have the 3 major projects going on right now with the Justice Center, the ARPA stuff, and then Extraco, which is on your main list for the Extraco controls. This line item, this mechanism will take us away from Johnson Controls. Cost effectiveness with those 3 major projects that are going on, we've seen a huge savings moving away from Johnson Controls. And of course, it's getting us out of that proprietary system and moving to an open market system to where anybody can come in and work.
Non-proprietary,
Yes,
absolutely.
absolutely. So this is that dollar figure that's associated with doing that. Bond office and lobby remodel. This is out at the jail. The jail has requested to go in and do some modifications in the bond office. We think it's necessary. If you've ever been out there, it's all aging materials. Everything is kind of falling apart out there. So this is kind of, I won't say beautification, but it's definitely a much needed upgrade for what we've got going on out there. And Road and Bridge 3 roll-up doors, so this is just adding the electric mechanisms to the current roll-up door system, much like we did for Road and Bridge 1 a couple of years back. It's necessary.
Oh, they're nice.
Yeah.
Work good, very effective, efficient.
And that's it as far as new projects go.
All right.
Any concerns about those or are you good with having all of those layered into Fund 401?
I'd say start off, and let's see where we end up, but, TJ, it might benefit us down the road if we get down to push and pull, if you prioritize these.
Sure, yeah,
This
absolutely.
page right here.
Yeah, we can do that.
Keep in mind, if it's a life safety issue.
Right.
Please don't keep
Yeah.
that right where it's at.
Yeah.
I would ask, and it's more on a question, I guess, when we do these moves, do we do comps with other counties on office space? So that we know that when there's a request for more office space, it's in line with square footage on other counties for some of these offices are asking for more space?
No, we don't conduct any facility assessments.
Depend on
We
TJ.
did.
Y'all do that, TJ?
We did the last time the question arose, and I think it pertained to the auditor's office. And I called every peer county that we use as far as our determinations go, and it's such a hodgepodge. Nobody could give me a straight answer. I mean, you've got some folks that utilize hard offices, some folks that utilize at work from home. We've got some folks who utilize cubicle space. It's just a
And we
huge
know that
variation.
You might get crammed in a spot that's not near big enough for you, that goes into the average.
Right,
That would be a
right.
hard one to figure
Yeah,
out.
but I would be curious when we've got open space and people are asking for it, if it's needed or, hey, it'd just be great to have more space. I'd like for everybody to have their own office.
This might be off
That would be my question.
off pace a little bit, but are we moving the visitation to the jail now completely on the videos? Is that coming?
That would be a question for David. I believe they have.
What's the question again?
Shep Mullins is no longer a
we're not using Shep Mullins
functional
anymore?
building.
No, that's where I was going. I mean, that's a beautiful, big building that we're not using. What could we use it for?
Yeah, so David actually just texted me. He said the main benefit of the bond office remodel is we no longer have staff and visitation center
Yeah,
as a remote location.
okay.
Yeah,
He's
visitation
listening.
terminals
He's
will be
listening.
moved.
Yeah, we looked at that whole tract of land for, for numerous reasons, just to say, and it has a flood issue behind it.
Yes, sir. That's why they built it up so much, I guess, right? You know, built it.
Yeah, there, but right behind it's not built up, and early cost was $1.1 million, and that was 4 years ago, to get it out of the floodplain.
Had 3 people employed over there, and I bet you they squeezed it down, and I don't know if David's still listening, but it might have saved us a head count or 2 by moving it.
Yeah, but that's a good building. I mean,
More efficient.
we're hurting for space.
So the building is vacant, is that what we're saying?
It's unutilized, right, as far as I know. David, you may.
Yeah, David would have to answer that. I think they're utilizing it for something. I'm not sure.
There
what
might
that
be
is.
some training and some other things, but
Yeah, could be,
that'd be a good JP spot,
Could be.
yeah.
you know, I mean,
You might want to sell it.
yeah.
I mean, you get all your stuff back here is, you know,
Yeah.
so.
So after that discussion, and y'all tell me if I'm on the wrong path here, but in Fund 401, again, can come back to it as much as you want, but we'll go ahead and pull out the transfer, the $1 million transfer for this year, and then we'll add in these projects that TJ mentioned. And so both of those being said, we'll still have about $1 million in contingencies in this fund. And so you're not adding anything to it this year and still able to do both of those things. So we'll kind of move forward like that, and then we can revisit.
I would like to note.
In the right direction.
Yeah, that's right.
I'd like to note, if we go back to the current list, there
Oh,
are 2
yes.
projects on here.
Which one, TJ? Which list?
The current 401 list.
401 permanent?
Page 2, is it? Yeah.
Okay.
3, yes, sir.
3.
Starts on page 3.
So there's 2 projects on this list, the Records Building ADA renovation, so that is still in the design phase for Phase 1, which will take care of the basement, and then the 4th Street side of the ADA sidewalk and ramp situation that we've got going on over there. This is our best guess dollar figure that we put in here. Could be more, could be less. We're not sure until that project goes out to bid.
Yeah.
We're pretty confident in that number, especially from a phased approach. That would take care of Phase 1. But we just don't know until we get some information back from the engineers.
Well, I think as long as we're working towards a solution, that we probably gonna be all right.
Right.
In compliance, but that's a Dustin question, I think.
Well, so you're saying it should happen in 26, or it might not happen in 26?
With any luck, I think we're definitely going to kick it off in 2026, but I don't know that we're going to complete it.
Yeah.
But that money, are you saying that, and that, what dollar is $747,894? Is that, in your mind, sufficient, or can it be trimmed some?
I think it's going to be sufficient for Phase 1, just for the amount of parking lot work that we're going to have to do, asphalt-wise.
Okay.
So I definitely wouldn't reduce it. Let's hold it there until we know
Okay.
in the future what's
And
going on.
just remember, that's gonna affect parking for a while, like everything does now.
What have you?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, probably how much fuel you have to put in the parking lot to get it.
Yeah.
That's not is that just water? Is that this morning when I pulled in off of, Washington into the records building, there's a big pool
Puddle.
there.
It's standing
just-
water.
it's just standing
It's
water.
dropped, had it dropped over the years?
Right, over the years.
Property that after the tornado.
Yes.
That's where I was
All that-
going, I was
all
going,
that- all that
yes.
corner over there.
Lots.
Tell how many years that's gonna continue to.
Right.
Right.
And that being said, this project is broken into 2 phases. So Phase 1 will take care of the 4th Street side of the parking lot. Phase 2 will be the rest of the parking lot. So that's the major phase. That's when that one could get
Getting
costly.
that ADA slope ride is,
Right. It's huge,
been there.
huge.
We'll get that asphalt off, we'll chip seal that sucker.
You bet.
I don't know if there's anything else on that topic, but moving up a couple lines, I just saw this, so just maybe to give them some information, the Extraco Event Center HVAC control system, that's a continuation of a project, but the increased amount there, and if there's any information we need to.
It is. So we looked at the controls at Extraco as a phased project. You know, anytime we can phase it because we think it's going to last longer than a year, we always try to do that. We put together this dollar figure last year to take care of phase one. Well, when we brought in our main contractors, everybody was in agreement that no, a phased approach really isn't gonna work for this. The age of the system and the way the infrastructure was put together, we can't start with one phase, keep them in operation into the second phase. So everything has to be done at the same time. So that money rolls over and takes care of the main project.
Thank you.
That has long-term benefits.
Huge, huge benefits.
All the time.
I mean, so that system is how old?
Oh, gosh, I think they said the trains.
Old killer deal.
Early 90s is when the train system, I think, was put in.
35.
Not with the remodel, the 2000?
Oh, that would have been the 2000, I think it was already built. I think that was already there, but I may be wrong.
The big, the big red, new big
TJ,
red.
we get warranties on that, I mean, if it's an all-new product, that
Sure.
I'm just,
it has a
at some
warranty.
point.
Right, so most of your
Be
big
replaced.
ticket items, your
Yeah, this does
servers
that.
and your
This does that?
controllers
Yeah.
that come in typically come with a 5-year.
Yeah, okay.
And on a $25,000 piece of equipment, especially when you lose a controller, that's big.
Big
I
bucks.
mean, you want that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The only other project on here is gonna be the JP5 expansion. Of course, most of you guys are aware, we took that out to bid. Bids are due back, I believe, on the 22nd, so we will have an updated number, to put on this list. And, it's one of those, we can either, the money's sitting there now, the 224, we can either go ahead and approve it and let's get it rolling, which I would fully suggest that we do as costs start to increase. But there is, if it comes in over that 224, we'll definitely come back with a budget amendment.
So any other questions for TJ? There's one last sheet in your packet.
Thank you.
That's that feedback again.
And so we just wanted to kind of step back and look at all of our permanent improvement funds, kind of walk it backwards and then forwards and see where we're at. And so, like I said, that last page of your packet that has like the blue and the pink and the green highlight, I'll just walk through this pretty quick. So what we did is we went back to October 1st of this fiscal year. And so that $78 million at the top, that is all of the funds that the county was holding, whether they be Fund 401, whether they be bond proceeds, or whether it was money allocated from ARPA specifically for county permanent improvement projects. So that's what we were sitting on. And then as you walk through the list, these are allocations of that amount to specific projects. And so, again, just some of them are summed up because they're smaller, but you've got, of course, your big one there in the top section is the downtown jail conversion. And so that is the amount that is eating away at that 78 million. Of course, the HVAC renovations, which some of that is ARPA funded as well. Roof repairs, and then other building renovations, which is a compilation of a lot of figures, a lot in 401 as well. Then under roads, of course, we have Chapel was the big one that is currently still ongoing, and then Panther Branch. So those two amounts that have ate away at the total, and then low water crossings. Again, some of these were funded with ARPA funds. And so you'll see there the total amount of those projects that have been allocated for those purposes. And then property purchases, you'll see there the total amount for the 2124 North 25th Street. So the health services / auditor's office.
Now what was the total on those low water crossings?
The total is
3, 5.
It's 1,537,805.
1 million.
1.5 million.
Okay.
That's the low water crosses.
Yes, sir.
Anybody ask about flooding?
Yes, and we're gonna end up needing a workshop on that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Because we have had some requests, with the tragedy that happened south, and then we've had in precinct 2, same low water crossing. It's caught somebody in the last 2 storms. One of them, it's hard to, when you try and drive through it in broad daylight, that's a hard one to, but we're kicking around whether we try to look at warning systems or whether just more signage. But anyway, that's gonna be a long, drawn-out conversation.
So,
Some of these are listed as low water, but they're not actually, like South Old Bruceville's actually a big culvert. I mean,
we just,
it's not
kinda-
it's just grouped.
yes,
Okay,
we did the
okay.
best we could to try to
Okay, I wanna make
combine
sure.
different things, so.
Okay.
And so then moving down, then you'll see that green line. And so during fiscal year 25, that is the interest that we've earned to date on, or through June 17th, rather, for these proceeds. And so of course, that's offsetting some of those. And then, so you'll see that remaining unallocated of 12.3 million. And so as we've discussed in prior meetings, you know, a large chunk of that was still needed for the downtown jail, and then some of that was sitting in Fund 401 as contingencies. And then below that line, those top three lines, so Patton Branch, Thompson, and 7 Mile, that's some information that Amy Highland has fed to us, and I know we will be focusing on that next week, and she'll be able to give you a lot more details, but those are just things that are on her radar, so we wanted to go ahead and say, you know, kind of put that into the allocation pool. Then you have your IGMP 3 for the downtown jail conversion. And then that new building projects, that is the total that TJ just went through, those listing of projects.
Okay.
And so you'll see there that deficit amount of right over 6 million. And when I say deficit amount, you know, these projects, a lot of these are ongoing for multiple years,
Yeah.
but we also have our bond, our current certificate of obligation on, you know, that's in pending process for 30 million.
When is that come up?
It's, be July, forget what date we're gonna be talking.
It's it's the 15th is when we have everything on the agenda.
Okay.
And so that'll start everything moving.
But some of these are already, it's from bonds we sold earlier, just hadn't been drawn off, right?
Right.
Yeah, so this doesn't include the new bond at all.
Yeah.
Right.
And so then with that 6 million, you know, just simple math, the 30 million minus that 6 million,
Yeah.
about 24 million. And so that's what, you know, you need for these ongoing low water crossing bridge projects, road projects.
All qualified
Yes.
projects.
The 6
Correct.
million would be if everything was finished in this coming fiscal year, right? We would be that
This
much
isn't,
short.
this one isn't really on a fiscal year. This is just saying what you've allocated. So permanent improvement, we look more at, you know, it's more of a multi-year type
Right.
fund. You know, they may span a year, 2 years, some of them 3 years. And so that is just saying when all of these projects would be complete.
When they would be
Yes,
completed,
yes.
but not all, yeah.
And so, and I don't want that to be alarming. That wasn't meant to be like,
No, but
we're under there. Because those projects at the bottom, those haven't, the IGMP 3 hasn't even formally been, you know, that number's not known yet. None of those building projects have begun. And then those 3 road projects also not even approved or
You're gonna have
discussed.
a 425 also too, bond.
The new one?
We're gonna sell a bond in
Yes. Yeah, so that's what would help cover
sometime
those.
this month.
Yes.
Yeah, next week?
So right now with
15th, yeah.
with the unallocated, formally unallocated, you go up to that prior blue line of 12.3 million currently, so.
When, what was the projected jail conversion? Was it late 2026?
February 2027, I believe.
2027, okay, I couldn't remember, okay. February, which is early 20, okay.
And then at that time, we would roll into phase 2, which would be the annex modifications.
Right.
3rd floor.
But when the jail is,
That's the 12,000.
Have they priced that out?
Kevin's got all the numbers done. We're gonna start reviewing those with him next week, and then we'll do kind of individual sessions.
when the jail conversion complete, just the jail itself, will we be able to begin occupying it, or we have to wait on the annex?
Yes. So that's how we kind of split it apart and made it that phased approach. As soon as the jail's done, we'll start moving district or county clerk and all his folks in there. We can fully occupy the building and then start in the annex.
Okay, so
once
we
that
will.
3rd
Good,
floor
good, okay.
is vacated.
Good, good.
And just a reminder that we've talked about the judicial center, about the annex courtroom and the DA renovations on the 3rd floor, but there's nothing budgeted for work to this building. So that's something we need to just take into consideration in the next fiscal year, that there'll be work that has to happen here after courts and offices move out.
Of
To
the
accommodate
courthouse,
what
of
those
the
new
courthouse.
uses will be. That's right, but that could, we can look to the permanent improvement fund or the bond funds for that as well. Just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we may have some design cost, but that, like you said, that'd be in the bond, qualify for bond.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And so this, I think it was just, we wanted to just step back, get an overview of where we stand here permanent improvement wise. And also just to see, there's a lot of projects ongoing right now. There's a lot happening around us. So just to see that all together.
Okay,
Okay?
all right. Anything else?
Not for this topic.
Okay, any other questions, TJ?
Thank you, TJ.
Okay, all right, Anna, we asked you to do a little research, if you could,
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yes, I was able to put something together that I think reflects the information you were hoping to see. I'm going to put it on the screen and then I'll pass it out to you as well. Here I do.
and Major Ives, are you on?
Yes, sir, I am.
Thank you, I just want to be sure you're on right now.
Yeah, okay. Does the auditor need one of these?
Yeah, I think I printed enough for her.
Okay, there you go.
If you have one. Okay. So, to walk through, well, just to be sure I was understanding yesterday, the court was asking about kind of employees leaving for other agencies yesterday, what turnover seems to look like in the previous years, and then what it looks like as far as the number of folks we're attracting to the county. So there's various ways to display that. And so I put some snapshots together for the court. The first, you'll see in the top left-hand corner. I can zoom in on the screen for that. So here, this is just an overall count of employees leaving for better job opportunities. And I broke that down to display the sheriff's office side of exits. So these numbers here are compiled from employees that were ranked sergeant, corporal, or base deputy. And so you could see in the first column, it's those exits, how many of those folks left for better jobs, and then in total, how many exits we've had by year, and then the percentage of those exits for better jobs. And then at the bottom row there, you could see just the total for that 5-year look back. And then I did the same thing for the jail side, and that's jailers and corporals leaving for better jobs. So you could see just in summary at the bottom, for the sheriff's office, about 35% of all exits for the past 5 years and some change. 35% of those consisted of folks looking for better job opportunities or for a better job opportunity. And then on the jail side, that number is at 38% there. And then I'll move on to the right-hand side for recruitment. There's a snapshot there of just in general jailer applications we're receiving. Because a lot of the deputy recruitment is in-house, I think that number was going to be very telling or helpful for the court, so I just focused on jailers for this. And so we could see there's some increase from 2022 to 2023 in the amount of jailer applications being received, a slight dip in 2024. But this year, we are doing really well. We're at 402 already just mid-year. And so we're hopeful for the forecast for the remainder of the year. Some of these apps are related to the sheriff's office efforts for recruitment using this external recruitment agency called RCI. And so of those 402 apps, 97 of those are results of that RCI agency. So they seem to be having some success with that. If you remove those applications, the projection for the year is 610. So we'd have a 4-year high, even without that external help that the sheriff's office is receiving. And so great stats there as far as applications goes. I mean, a lot goes into that. Yes, we have recruitment efforts at the county, but there's also been an increase in the unemployment rate, and so we can't really take all the credit for that. So that's recruitment. And then there was a question about just external agencies in general, kind of what that movement looks like. And so the sheriff's office presented a list. I don't know if they were just highlighting kind of major losses or what all they were compiling into their list of folks who left for external agencies, but this is what they presented. And I just plugged in some more detail there for the court. So on that slide they were sharing, these are the names of the folks who left, the dates that they left, and what department they were leaving from the sheriff's office. It was a total of 13 employees from since 2022. They listed a total of 15 names, but 2 of those, one of them was from 2015 and one of them was from 2019. And we condensed our search to 2022 just for time's sake. It would have taken us a lot longer to go that far back. And so those are the folks leaving. And so what we put together was folks coming in from other agencies. And so we have a total of 21 employees in that same period from 2022 till now coming in from other agencies. And it's a combination of both jailer and deputy hires. And you can see there in the middle column, zoom in. I included the agency names, where we're sourcing these folks from, and the tenure that they're coming in with, and then their hire date. And so a note about this list, and just because this is actually still a work in progress, this was just the easiest way to pull the information. The folks on this list here that you're seeing, they were easy to pull because they came in at a higher pay level than a base jailer or deputy, so they're easy to identify in our system and run a report on. But this is not a complete list of employees that we have hired directly from other agencies. These are just the folks that happen to have tenure that qualified for higher pay. So we're actually still working on those numbers, but I thought I'd just share this at least. But we can keep working on those other numbers.
So where we might be losing some experienced people, we're also gaining.
It appears so, yes.
Gaining more than we're losing.
Looks like tenure is going to be average around 5 or 6 years of tenure.
Judge, can I make a comment on that?
Absolutely.
So that list, and I stated in the presentation that that is not an exhaustive or inclusive list. It is just examples. So we've actually pulled data from TCLEDs, so we can see where people came from and where people went. And we do have a list that we can compile and provide the court from TCLEDs on how many people have left, when they left, and what agencies they've gone to.
Okay.
And in doing that, keep the years the same. Don't bring in a list that's 10 years of that, because I don't think that'd be relevant. So if
Yeah, I
you
mean, I
guys
think-
are all comfortable with 20 to 25, 2020 to 2025, I think that's probably the picture that we.
Well, that's when we've made the most push on salaries and.
Correct.
And
Yeah, the
benefits and
last
everything, so
5
I would
years.
say 20 to 25. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I agree.
And Commissioner, it will take us a little bit longer. We did 23 to 25 because unfortunately we have to pull that data from TCLEDs and then just manually enter it into a spreadsheet to try and track that. So it'll take us a half a day to go back and get those other few years.
Okay.
Were there any questions on the data shared or additional, or maybe different information you thought you'd see from us?
Well, the one thing I like that we're seeing here is I don't remember, but I think it was around $500,000 that we put in the budget to start attracting people with seniority or tenure.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was that money that was dedicated out of a portion of SB 22, right?
I don't think SB 22 was around when we did that.
Yeah.
Are you,
Not at first.
I think you're talking about
Yeah.
the two different things. First, the initial, the inception of the comparable tenure program, and then I think
Right.
you're talking about the adjustment made to this
Last-
current step
The current,
plan.
yeah, I was talking about the adjustment made currently.
And I would say yes to both, because yes, we see in 2025, there's a good amount of folks coming in, and it could be, the dates would be following the implementation of that step plan. And then I think the comparable tenure program has been in place since 2021.
Yeah.
So we're still working and plugging away on our end as well, so we can come forward, and that way we can see that. And I think what'll be helpful, just because we were bringing up kind of those pay programs and those investments, we'll try to create a timeline as well, and to see if we can see the reaction of those programs along with the hires being made.
Okay.
When, on this again, refresh me, my memory, on the position over here, that's the position they came from or the position they went into?
That they went into
Okay.
here
okay,
at the
okay.
county.
So that's where they came here, okay.
Yes, sir.
So a lot of them are giving up their police department jobs. Are you saying, like say, Colin Cook, David, Major Ives, you remember, did he come from the police department to a jailer, or
Yeah,
was he
because-
just working for the police department like a communications or something?
We only counted peace officer experience.
And I can tell you on that one, Commissioner, I believe that situation was he worked for us, he went to work for a police department, and then he came back to work for us at the jail.
Okay, yeah, just wanted to make sure. Thanks, Tom.
You're welcome. Well, we can come back with that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Interesting.
Francis, what, so what are you thinking? Start after lunch, or do you have something right now you want to pitch out there?
I know you said 11:30. I could get something done in 10 minutes just to
Yeah,
get something
that'd be
done,
fine.
if y'all are good with that. I'm going to share my screen. So I just want to go over this. I think going over this, and a lot of you are already aware of this, of course, but this will help going through departments a little quicker, I think, this afternoon, because this affects several departments. I apologize. Give me a second. I should have already had this open. Why can't I find? I apologize. I'm trying to find my little, I had a little PowerPoint for this. Well, I will just talk through it without the PowerPoint.
Was this calculated in the main summary anywhere?
Yes, these are already accounted for.
Okay.
So I wanted to pull something up so you could get a little view, but I'll email this and bring this up later. But of course, the 89th Texas Legislature passed a group of several bills that highly impacted judicial compensation, pension. I want to just focus on a couple that actually affect county funding. And so there was Senate Bill 293, and so that is the main one that you'll see the most change related to. And so what Senate Bill 293 did was increased the base salary of a district judge to $175,000. It was originally $140,000. It's been, I think, 12 years since they had made any increases at all to any of the compensation levels for judges. So that is one, even though district judges, we do not pay their base pay, that is paid straight from the state to state district judges. However, your county court at law judges are paid in relation to your district judges, so that's why we'll see that change. Also, there was House Bill 2529, which adjusted a little bit the county judges state supplement. It's calculated as 18% of a district judge with comparable tenure, and so not very small adjustment there. But again, I had some charts just that came from OCA where they had mapped out what a district court judge makes per their tenure level. And so, of course, they get base pay, and then the county pays a county supplement. Previously, that was $18,000, and now that's moved up to $25,000. So
It's
when you-
mandated.
Yes, so you have, and so that, on the bottom part of that sheet, that is your 6 district judges. I know we have one vacancy right now, but your 6 judges, and then moving from 18 to 25, it's a $42,000 change there in that amount. Again, those have not changed in 12 years there. And so that plus some taxes and benefits. On the first part, what you will see that change is the county court at law judges. And so those are kept $1,000 below a district judge with comparable tenure. And so you'll see each of those. And so we had one that was, you'll see that bump, but also was moving a tenure level up. And so that total moving from $513,000 in salaries to $677,500. They mandated this increase, but they did also increase the state reimbursement that the county receives. And so currently, the county is receiving, I believe it's, let me remind myself.
261?
80, I think is it 80? 83,000 per county court at law judge, and that will move up to 101,500. And so that state reimbursement line there you'll see that some of that increase is offset by that reimbursement, but still the number in blue there, 112,000 in total increase to the budget for those 3 judges.
And then the county supplement on the bottom for the district judges
And then the
is
district judges.
42,000.
Correct.
So we're looking at a total of 154,000.
Correct. And so, like Mr. Jones was asking, that is already layered into the budget. For a while, we were awaiting, I know this one was on the governor's desk till the very last day. And so kind of waiting to see what happened there, but we have added those in. And so I think when we go through those departments, as long as everyone's understanding this right now, then when we get to those departments, we can say, hey, this is related to judicial compensation, and then just keep moving on. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a good set of judges, I guarantee you. And I appreciate they work hard.
It's not negotiable anyway.
It's not negotiable anyhow, but I'm glad that there's some increased benefits for them.
Yes, sir.
They do the work and they represent our county well, I think.
So that was what I wanted to get in before lunch, just to help this afternoon go smoother. And so we will continue to work through some departments this afternoon. Judge, I know you'd asked if we could have some of those outside entities come today.
Yes.
I only had one that was able, Ryan Durker will be able to move over from tomorrow into today. But we can
And you,
see how that all pans out this afternoon.
did you call Chris Collins? I think she's got a client in today, but,
Yeah, and Judge, I actually asked Chris when I was over there, and
Okay.
she said it would be tough today. She
Yeah.
prefers in the morning.
yeah, they got a prospector.
And we have her at 9 o'clock first thing in the morning as
Yeah.
well, so just
Okay.
FYI for
And
tomorrow.
then, are we putting a timeline on the presentations? So we don't.
I was gonna ask for that, yeah.
So I've made that clear in multiple correspondences
Yeah.
with these groups. And I know sometimes that doesn't always occur
Yeah.
when they get here, but that has been relayed.
Let's
You've
watch
got
it
a,
sweat.
you've got a
Let's put a
timeline
clock
for
up here.
everyone.
Move the clock over.
Yeah. You don't wanna be here when it goes off. It'd be ugly.
That's right.
So, you
Little
know,
wind-up alarm that just.
and so it may
walks
be
off
that
the-
you may not want them to go through a full presentation. You may just want to ask them some questions or have them give you a synopsis of, here's what the money is being used for, and
I
here's
think-
why we have an increase or
I
not.
think I am gonna say the synopsis, because there might be something we would, they're gonna, if it's a synopsis and they truly stick to it, it's gonna be the most important pieces, and we don't have to listen to all the other part of it. And then, obviously, we're not gonna give a response, what our decision is, and I'll make it clear that that decision be made at the end of the budget process, so. All right,
We're good to break for lunch if you all are.
all right. Anything else anybody want to ask or mention or anything before we go into a break? And I think we scheduled to come back at 1:30 or 1?
1:30.
1:30. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't know if it was 1 or 1:30, or if there was something specific.
Is it 1:30?
yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
I've got a meeting that's gonna last at least till 1. Well, it won't last over 1. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna text somebody here and see, because my wife's appointment's at 2:10.
Okay.
And whether or not y'all are still going, I'll hustle back. If you're 5 minutes away from finishing, I'm not coming.
Yeah, and if you want to get us on the phone and just mute, and you'll listen, or
Will do, I'll certainly
we
will.
brief you in.
Certainly, if she's needing any help sleeping, put us on.
Yeah. I can do it.
Okay. All right, if nothing else, we will stay recessed until 1:30. See ya.
Recording stopped.
In that increase you got, how
where my
much of that
PowerPoint
is,
I tried to look for it
is
too.
capital? Okay, Francis?
All right, so, just
Excuse me,
picking up.
Then the only outside entities coming in today is Ryan Durker?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, and he'll be here at 2:30. Walt Strickland is going to be here around 2. And so we'll just
Okay.
fill in the time in between with other departments that we can speak on.
It'd be easy on Walt, he had shoulder surgery.
I could tell when I saw him ago, he was leaning.
Yeah, I saw him just a while ago. All right.
Okay, so just real quick, and we don't have to dwell on this, but I just want to show you something. When you open the spreadsheet next, we did something, doesn't change anything. I just hope this will help put this in perspective a little bit. So what we did was, if you look at the top section, we added a target fund balance above the additional increases as well. So if you can see that, that target fund balance there is almost 52 million, so we're about 7.4 away. And so that number there, that 160,000 of expenditures, we've already pulled some out of that today. And so that's the number we're working through right now, trying to see what you want in there and don't want in there. And then again, all those things, those increases below the line, the COLA, the other pay, et cetera. And so then you also have a target fund balance at the bottom, but just thinking that would help help get that. So, okay.
Hang on 1 second.
Of course.
Would you go? Up. Yes. Gotcha.
And again, that is the current tax rate in there. The yellow boxes indicate the revenue and the rate. So, let's get in there. Okay. So we are just going, in, unless you want to go to any other topic, we're just now going to start going through the departments and then hopefully make them green, in quotes, per se. Nothing approved, of course, but just saying, yes, we see the need, or no, we need to pull that out. If you want to hear from a department that we cover, let us know. We'll get them in here. And so we'll just work through these as quickly and efficiently as possible. So we will start with Department 0020. This is the County Judge's Department. And so Haley has that pulled up. And so you'll see we've just marked some things in yellow that we want to note. The judge decreased their part-time pay line, pretty substantial amount there. And so that was just to help accommodate any consultant costs that may occur in this next year. And so decreased there, but there was a comment there, so we just wanted to point that out. The salary supplement, that's tied to what we talked about this morning with the judicial pay. That item, that actually needs to be adjusted a little bit, but we're still working through the details there. But again, just pointing those things out so that it's clear what the change is in this department. And then in the operating section, you'll see that item in yellow, guardianship services. So this is an increase there. It's not technically an increase, but we have been utilizing a special revenue fund that is specific for guardianship services. And so, it depends on what the fund balance is there. So this line will go back and forth. We'll just try to balance it out between general fund and special revenue
We
fund.
can't control that.
Nope, definitely not. So.
The citizens come to us with that.
You never know how many you're gonna get, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, but we just want to make sure we go through any increases. So if y'all are good with those, we'll keep on moving. Maintenance of buildings, I'm going to skip over that one for now. I felt like today there was kind of the thought that those 2 increases he had were needed. That was the custodial, increase in custodial services, and then the increase for the ticketing system that he is going to utilize. And so again, we covered that this morning. Going down, I think our next department to cover is 0190. And that is our countywide department. This is a very large, in amount wise department, because it does, of course, house all the costs that are, conglomerations of all costs that are attributable to all departments. And so I'm going to run through the yellow highlighted items, and then if you have other questions, let me know. So incentive pay. Incentive pay, we did budget last year because if you chose to fund that, you were funding it by using unspent personnel cost. So using that vacancy factor last year, we thought best to go ahead and budget it. And so since you did, we just went ahead updated that number and have that in there. Of course, that is something that, you know, you can let us know your intent there. If you want to keep it budgeted, even if you budget it, it doesn't mean you have to, you know, of course, move forward with that. But just, we have that in there for now. So if you have any thoughts about going ahead and, you know.
How many
putting a
years have
dollar-
we done the incentive now?
In 5 or 6? Anna's not here, so.
We can look up an account inquiry. Haley's on it.
Maybe the 5th.
Is it 18?
Probably like a,
It's been quite a while.
8?
She says she thinks 2018.
Oh, 2018.
Kelly does.
Well, that would be 7, isn't that right?
18 or 19? 18. Can I get a 19?
Anna, how long have we done
411-270,
incentive pay
yes, ma'am.
since?
2017?
Oh, 27? Wow.
She beat us.
8 years.
So,
About,
so about 8 years there.
but we started out at 250,000, then it went up, so probably been, we probably spent 3 million.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, you
It's
know,
not a lot, but it's one of those kind of things that we've always waited till the, I think, till the end.
Because we have to get the
yes.
parks reviews in.
Well, and not only that, if we've always felt like it's, I mean, it's like super discretionary. Does that
So-
make sense?
Would we like to put $1 here and then move this to the summary page as like an additional increase that we can ponder?
You know, maybe it
Later?
should be where all the new positions.
Yes, yeah,
that we
that's
pull
what I'm-
out, Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably, yeah, that would
That we
be-
can get a
yeah.
gauge of where we're at. Got it.
A note about just the resulting payout, usually annually, the budget is about this amount for 2%, but once it boils down out of like all of the ineligible folks who haven't been here a year or they're vacant, the payout's around 300 to 450,000.
Okay. And so then moving further down through that first section, which is all personnel related, you'll see the workers' comp number. Again, that is just based on the rate and what we see trends in there. So not a whole lot we can do there either. Slight increase there. And then the retiree group health insurance premiums. And so that we see move up year after year. And so just based on the trend we've seen the last few years, we feel that we need to go ahead and move that up to the $1.3 million budget.
Do you have an actuary in your office that would be capable of taking, because we're going to plateau on that at some point in time,
Yes.
right? So when should that number start?
Plateau on what?
Yeah, it should start,
Retirees' health insurance?
start going down.
So I
Yeah,
think that's
because-
something that Hub and Mike could give some insight on.
That probably would be something that we would
We
like to
don't
see.
have this, we don't have the capability to do like actuarial type calculations in our office.
Okay. Because when did we, I know right before I got on the court is when they said that's no longer a benefit. But we still had people that were gonna retire that qualified.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of curious where we're at in that.
But didn't we change that though? Didn't we go back on that?
No, we didn't. If you were here, you were grandfathered in if you were here prior to. But nobody that was employed at a certain date after would qualify, right?
And that shows he
Yes, and I think that
was.
was like 2008, maybe.
Yeah. You've been around a while.
Kelly knows because she sat through all these budget workshops for years.
Yes, yes, because he couldn't, so he wasn't gonna draw retirement right away. So they.
Isn't that the case though? I thought that was the case if you quit or you retire, then you don't retire, you don't pull your retirement out.
It was just in that one instance, if I remember correctly.
Okay. I thought I think there needs to be some research done on that because I was under the understanding that on the retirees' health insurance, if you retire but you don't pull your, and you're vested, and you don't take your,
If you don't withdraw and actually retire from TCRS, you are not eligible to participate in the retiree health plan.
okay. So that being said, at some point, the retiree health plan was changed or no longer made a benefit.
In 2009, it was grandfathered. And so if you were hired after that, you no longer receive the benefit from the county that pays for your retirement plan. If you retired after, or if you were hired after that,
You can still buy the insurance though.
exactly.
Okay, yeah, you can still buy the insurance.
100% of the premium.
Yeah, yeah. That makes sense now.
And then moving down, into those operating lines, I think some of these we've seen kind of hold steady over a few years now, which is good. And you've, of course, made movements to try to keep them as steady as possible. That liability insurance is the first one I have highlighted there. And so we've, on recent court agendas, talked about the increases there. And so I know that'll be something that you continue to look at through the next year on how to try to minimize that cost as much as possible. But that is the amount we have there at this point in time. That's always an estimate because we don't know what some of those policies are going to pan out to be until we are in the next fiscal year. But we feel that should be sufficient. May need a budget amendment, but just not sure yet. Utilities, we have about $120,000 increase there. We're right on where we anticipated being this year, but just I think it was trending up towards the end of the year, so we feel like we need to bump that up a little bit.
Our
we also
electricity is going to go up.
Yes, and then we've added.
Go up.
Even with natural gas going down?
Yeah. So there's this thing called scarcity pricing. That's really got the market kind of, it's no longer, the market really is no longer tied to natural gas anymore. It's kind of gone. The electricity's gone this way and natural gas has kind of gone sideways. And a lot has to do with the demand for data centers, all the industrial demand that we're seeing in the state of Texas. So we went out, the P3 board went out and negotiated the latest contract back at the beginning of the month or at the end of June, and it's about a 5% increase or something like that. It's very. I thought it was quite reasonable. So.
And as we turn the lights on the new judicial center, that's going to be a big jump in the electricity bill.
Yeah. Yes. That it will be.
And so we see that, and then we added the 2 buildings on Washington, and Columbus the last few years, and then of course we bought the building on 25th.
Yeah.
So of course that doesn't account for that big of an increase, but plays into it.
That'll get us covered anyway.
And then the other one that I have highlighted is the appraisal district budget. And so I know this is their proposed budget, based on their proposed budget, so that I think they sent that out. Let me know if you all didn't receive that email. But I think they're still working through that budget as far as I know.
And the biggest part of the increase in this, again, is because the legislature made us start holding elections.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have to be prepared. It's 100 for a general election, and if there's a runoff, it could go to 150.
Wow.
So
that passed?
I thought we
started having to do that last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought we budgeted 250 for it.
We did.
Okay.
It's just covering because you're gonna have just like we do, and so there could be a runoff, and if.
Yeah, you're talking about the
Appraisal
election
district,
process. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And a reminder on how that budget line works is their budget, once they adopt, is prorated and spread among all the entities that utilize their services. And so they've just used the tax rates we currently have. So once everyone adopts their rates, that number will fluctuate some. And so we usually have a budget amendment there for that reason. But
The
that should
frustrating
be.
piece on that, and I'm gonna vent just because is that absolutely does nothing. That's an investment that has zero return on it to make you run an election for that. It's changed nothing with on the appraisal district boards other than you've increased the number. It's ridiculous, but anyway, sorry.
And so those were the ones that I wanted to touch on. I think, we did pull the incentive pay down for $1, just to still ponder if you want to include that in the budget or not. The only other line that I thought may be interesting to talk about was the contingencies line. So we've had about $1.5 million in there, for a few years now. This year, we've only spent about $500,000 of it as of today. The last 2 years, we got very close to spending that whole $1.5 million by the end of the year. And so I feel that just leaving that 1.5 there is probably appropriate. And I think that's always so important to remember as you decrease some things in the budget or pull them out. If the need arises and it's urgent, we have this here to go back to.
What are we on schedule to spend this year?
We have 1.8 million in there. That usually seems like we get to the end of the year and there are a lot of lines that start breaking, medical services and things like that. And so, but our proposed is 1.2. Any other thoughts on that department? I know that has some very heavy lines in it with a lot of cost.
Any questions?
Okay.
Proceed.
Next, I'll move to the criminal district attorney. It's Department 0210. We briefly touched on this morning, but just to make sure there's no other questions. He did have a couple decreases in his budget, but that one highlighted item, professional services. And so that is, like we talked about this morning, psychological evaluations, expert witnesses. And so you can see there the trend is that they will exceed their budget this year. So we think bringing up to that 70,000 is definitely needed. Okay. So we'll move on to Department 0410. This is our elections department. And so they're anticipating 4 different elections this next year. And I know sometimes those, Jared holds the answers to a lot of those questions you might have. And so we can bring him in if needed. But they did increase the precinct election workers. I apologize, I didn't highlight that. And so they've increased that to accommodate those additional elections. And then down below personnel, they increased the telephone line item. And that was due to the fact that they would have an increased use of the MiFis, which are the hotspots. And so that's due, he said, to November, March, and May elections, and then potential runoffs. Is this one?
Appreciate it.
Oh, you got it. The real property rentals line, same thing, just increased number of elections there. And so he's calculated that for each election and what he thinks he needs. Software licensing and support, that is a $5,000 increase. And it is just due to an increase in the software cost for HART and VOTEC, our softwares that we utilize for elections. And then, of course, the bottom line there, the voter registration certificates, it's an every 2-year expense. And so we'll see that fall off next year and then it continue back and forth. So, of course, that is something that is mandated. Okay. Anything else? I wonder if I should go tax office. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to the tax office departments now. So they have 4 different departments. They start with Department 0590. And so they have a department for ad valorem, they have a department for auto, and then they have departments for their 2 satellite offices. So that's why they have couple different departments there. This first department we're looking at is the ad valorem side. And so what we have highlighted there, furniture and equipment, that one, I apologize, give me a second. Should have an increase in there. 9,500. No, you're good. Sorry. Haley's going to help me remember what that one was for the furniture and equipment. But then just moving down, we had repair and maintenance. And so that was due to their request for increased office cleaning for additional space. So I know that's all hinging on, I guess, the moves of multiple offices. And so they've asked to go ahead and increase that line item for that purpose. The increase to travel reimbursement, that just, I think is, that's backed up by history. You can see they're trend-wise, they will exceed the budget this year. And so they're requesting to move that up to $1,000. And then software licensing and support. So you'll see this spread between their departments, but they are asking to upgrade their Nemo queue and also an RTL add-on. And then the reasoning for is to become more efficient. So I know they've had that Nemo queue system now for some time, and again, just upgrading that system from what they have currently. No worries. Nothing. And so I think that furniture and equipment, it may just be for incidentals that come up during the year. I don't have a description in front of me, but we can come back to that if needed. And then moving to Department 0592. So this is Tax Office McGregor Substation. They also just have one increase in the software licensing support, and it's also related to the upgraded Nemo queue. So again, they kind of spread that out amongst all the departments.
That's a pretty big jump.
And then West Substation as well, Department 0594. Same line item, same reasoning for the increase, the updated Nemo queue. And then their fourth department is Department 0610, and that is the Motor Vehicle Department. So they have 3 increases there. That first one, other services and charges, that's for their smart lockers. They had that mandated increase, I think it was House Bill 718, that required them to issue those license plates, and they needed a place to hold them. And so last year, there was only a portion of the year budgeted. This year, they will need a full year. So that is the reason for the increase there. The increase in repair and maintenance.
It's for increased office cleaning and additional space.
Okay, and that one is also similar to the ad valorem side, increased office space, increased cleaning cost, because they outsource the cleaning for their office. And then the increase in software licensing and support, again, upgrading their Nemo queue. So I think they're the two that.
That should have been the software.
I know it.
So the 2 increases I think that they've asked for, in addition to just needed increases, were again, increased office space. And then that's where I'm, timeline-wise, do you foresee that happening in this fiscal year? And they need that, but then the software licensing as well, if they upgrade that system that they're currently using. And you'll tell me if you want to hear from them firsthand of, what that
Okay.
looks like. Do you want to go ahead and?
No, when you're, I didn't know whether you saw them come in or not, so.
Thank you.
But
So-
if you have other things, keep
No,
going.
we'll just pause there, and then we have Constable One with us, Walt Strickland and April Glover. And so they have a capital outlay request, as well as, I don't think, there was no increases in their department. So we brought them in here today to talk about the vehicle request that they have.
Okay.
And anything else they may want to share.
Howdy.
I wish I was having as much fun as y'all.
Which arm do you need him to raise?
Yeah, if it's this arm, it'll be this way.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to come in and visit with y'all. One of the things that I wanted to do real quick, just as a point of history, when I came to work in 2012, that was, if I remember correctly, that was the infamous year that budgets got cut and so pay got cut, and, you know, there was a lot of
On the court then, but Ben was.
No, he was here, I was here, but anyway, I remember the county survived that because we made some tough decisions, had good leadership, and, you know, we got to a much better place. I recognize, I've been watching for the last few years, the rapid pace of growth and the different things going on, and I've been expecting that, at some point we hit a roadblock where we've grown faster than we can fund. And I think probably we're there, but I know we'll get through it. And we're willing to do our part in that, to help with that. And I'm going to withdraw my capital outlay request for a vehicle this year. Excuse me.
Appreciate that.
That's a ripple in the pond, but
Appreciate it.
Oh,
you know, y'all have taken care of us, and we've grown. We have, when I started in 2012, there were 7 sworn people and myself. And y'all gave me a warrant deputy because we had boxes and boxes and boxes of hot check warrants sitting in the corner that nobody ever bothered to serve.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then you gave me a deputy to help with the courthouse security at the door. And then due to growth in 2022, was it?
2021, I think.
You gave us another field deputy position with a vehicle because of, I mean, we've got all the population centers in our precinct. And the result of that is, with the additional clerk, I mean, we've expanded the department by 40% over the last 10 years. But what you're getting for that is, we're one of 4 out of 780, we're one of 4 constables agencies that is recognized by the Police Chiefs Association for good management practices. We comply with what, 190?
No, it's 172.
172 requirements to comply with to meet that.
And we're one of 4.
We're one of 4 out of 780 constables in the state of Texas.
Great. Not aware of that. Congratulations.
Yes.
And this will be our 3rd accreditation.
Yeah, well, you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, you know, one of the things that we have prided ourselves on is the ability to take care of the citizens. When Judge Nikki calls us, says, hey, we're having trouble getting our CPS warrants taken care of, can you help us? Well, I don't have to do that. We did. You know, we regularly get calls from Dustin, and now all these people are smart enough, they don't call me, they call either Shane or April to get answered, but we're the go-to agency.
Yeah.
People call us daily, other constables, we have out-of-county constables that call, hey, what do we do here? And thanks to a good management team that we have, we're able to do that. You know, when Randy Riggs has hot checks written for license plates and needs them pulled, he doesn't bother to go see what precinct they're in because nobody else will do them. He calls April, you know, and she gets it done. So we feel fortunate. Everybody always wants more money, and we need more. But y'all were good to us a couple of years ago. We were able to replace 2 cars in that year instead of 1. And to give you the history on that, we used to have a mileage that the deputies all drew. And I sat down with the judge one day and I just said, look, and we sat down and ran numbers and looked at that. And I said, we're throwing money out the window here. And the judge and I were able to look at that and come up with a plan where we did away with the mileage and we bought 1 car a year and paid for it. And the county comes out ahead. And we're still doing it. It's working well. But anyway, all of that just a little history, because the real thing that we need in the budget, I'm willing to give up a car, whatever else. I have got to get her pay scale straightened out, because she is the go-to person for the entire county. If the SO needs something, they don't call me. They call her and say, hey, we need some deputies. Can you help us? We're behind on calls. And she dispatches and handles the load of that. Waco PD commanders call us regularly. Hey, we've got this event going on. We could use a couple of cars. Can you help us out? And we help anybody that ever asks in the county, we help them. But that's the person we go to, because that's her job description. She handles all the criminal and all the traffic issues that we face as a precinct. And so I'm willing to give up anything else in my budget, but I want to take care of my people.
Understand.
That's all I got. Did you give them these?
No, not yet.
Oh, excuse me. It's not all we got.
This is our organizational chart that we keep in the office, and this is what best practices has on file for our office as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And it just kind of shows what we do in the office.
Thank you. While you're looking at that, we pulled Webb County, which is almost identical in size to us. It's one of our comparison counties. And in their first precinct, they have a constable, a chief deputy, a captain, a lieutenant, and a sergeant. In their precinct 2, they have a constable, a chief deputy, a lieutenant, and a sergeant. In precinct 3, they have a captain, a chief deputy, and in precinct 4, they have a chief deputy, captain, lieutenant, sergeant. Those all departments. We recognize that we're kind of a hybrid agency. We're not like almost any other constable's office in the state except Harris County and Tarrant County, and because we do so many different things. And so it's hard to have a comparison for our model. But the model we do have is that I have a chief deputy that handles all the civil work, which is a vast amount of paperwork, and it requires a lot of supervision to make sure it's correct. And then I have April, who's in charge of budget, the traffic thing. There are things that we're required to have a supervisor by nature, like TLET's system, that has to be operated by a supervisor. The best practices.
Body cameras.
The what?
The body cameras and
Oh,
all the case reports.
The body cameras that's required to have a supervisor. And so she is the supervisor. Just we don't have the position. It fell short. And if y'all would allow me, I'm going to ask her to give you a little history, because I have a hard time keeping up with the dates.
Okay.
I guess 2015, I was hired with McLennan County Constable Precinct 1, February of 2015. January of 2016, they put me in charge of all the warrants and criminal cases that came in through our office. Namely, put me as a sergeant, and I think there was a slot there for a higher paid deputy at that time. And then in 2017, when Chief Deputy Warnett left, I moved into a supervisory position then, which me and Shane kind of divvied up the different roles. He became chief deputy, but there's some things, we just kind of switched the roles around a little bit. And then ever since then, I've been in that same position with a higher pay than all the other deputies. But last year, when they did that configuration where they made all the deputies a certain maximum, they got like a really big pay raise. But because I was already higher and my classification is just a deputy, I only got a 3% COLA, so I only make $300 more than everybody I supervise. So it kind of hurt a little bit not getting a raise like everybody else, but I still take on a lot of supervisory roles, if that makes sense.
She still does the job, to her credit.
That's all I'm.
I'm willing to give consideration to this year.
And I saw that, that's when Anna brought it up, it has an O on the thing, saying maybe for consideration of a corporal or a assistant chief deputy, but if it could just stay a lieutenant, just being that our policy is written because we have to have a large policy for best practices, and everything in our policy is already written up as a lieutenant, so I'd have to go in our policy book that's this thick and go change
Page by page.
page by page and change the title of that position in there if it was changed to something else, like a corporal or assistant chief deputy, but I mean, lieutenant is just fine.
We're not asking for a corporal.
But the ask is for a.
It's for to be named a lieutenant, so if you look at our thing, it's
Right.
chief deputy and everybody else is deputy. There's no other supervisor spot on there.
Okay, so that's.
So it's just to change it to lieutenant,
Change the status.
the status, the personnel status, I guess.
So how do y'all rank now? I mean, is this you?
There's me, there's a chief deputy, and there's a lieutenant, which is April.
But it's
And
not
then
on
we
the
have a
list.
sergeant.
Right, okay.
Handles a lot of the desk, day-to-day stuff. The reason we did that is, like, I'm on medical leave right now, and Shane Kirk's on vacation, and we work 4-day work weeks, and so usually either Monday, Shane is here on Mondays, and she's here on Fridays, so I always have a supervisor. Well, due to the way this is falling, we need that position because I rely on that. And
So you call her a lieutenant now, but she's not really a lieutenant.
She is a lieutenant. It just doesn't show up.
Doesn't show up on the paper.
It
Correct.
doesn't show up on the pay deal.
On the classifications with the county.
The deputy,
A pers-
it's just.
Correct. It's
Everybody's a deputy constable, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's how it shows up. And just so y'all, I mean, we're trying really hard to help out here, but here's what happens. I said we won't take a car this year. So if we have a car, currently, if we have a car break down, then we have an old beat-up Expedition that we can pull out. Pretty scary, but we can get it out and use it. Under this scenario, the car is in such bad shape, we're retiring it this year. And so what happens then is anytime somebody's car breaks down, I give them my vehicle, because getting the work done for the citizens is the number one priority. And I've probably spent 80% of my time this year in my own personal vehicle with my money, my tires, because we've been short of a vehicle. It's nobody's fault here. It's the people won't get them outfitted.
Right.
And so we've been without a vehicle since that we were given in October of last year.
Still haven't.
And we still don't have it.
Wow.
But, by telling you we're going to give up next year's vehicle, we recognize we're putting ourselves in continuation of that, and we're okay with it.
Well, but if it's taking you a whole year now, hopefully if And 26 comes, you get one, or 27 gets, you get one, that you'll get them a lot quicker, and then
Hopefully.
it might work out, it might work out the same.
Hopefully.
Get a 25 model and 27.
There you go.
But anyway, we appreciate the court.
Question real quickly before you guys get away. So these activities that are under April's name here, I mean, these are activities you're engaging in daily. It's not just a box that you put on here
Correct.
to make it look busier. You're doing these things, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay.
So you oversee the sergeant and the chief clerk,
Yes.
and you are the administrative and criminal traffic warrant. Is there a person in that position, or is that?
No, that's
or-
me. I
that's
do
you?
all of that
You do all
stuff.
that?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought.
See, and let me give you an example of that, sir. The district attorneys recently instituted a policy where all cases submitted for prosecution have to have supervisors sign off on them. Well, that's her. She has to do that. So if we don't get, at some point, that could be an issue of challenge if somebody pull up and go, well, you're not a supervisor. Well, yes, you are. No, you're not. And if you're trying a case, little bitty things sometimes like that can bite you.
So what type of cases?
Criminal cases.
All criminal? Really?
Generate out of their office, yes.
Oh, out of y'all's office?
Yeah, like when we submit
Oh,
a
okay.
case, so all the body camera footage per best practices has to be viewed by supervisors. The cases
sense.
need to be viewed by supervisors
I
before they.
thought you were talking about like the whole.
No, just our
The
office.
county.
No, just our office.
Fortunately, I don't speak for the whole county. That's why you never see my name in the paper.
I see, I just wanted to ask that question before.
Yes, sir.
Y'all good?
Yes, sir.
Need anything else?
I don't believe we take everything in consideration. Appreciate y'all's thoughts.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all so much.
Situation we're in.
Thank you for helping the budget out, too.
Yeah, you bet.
Y'all have a good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Deal, I think everybody that's come in lately heard your questions earlier this morning, they're just giving them up when they come in.
Somebody had to do it. You were giving me that look, so.
Yeah. Now you're gonna ask Ryan, what is he willing to give up, right? Is that?
Smart cars.
Yes, unless y'all wanted to talk about, continue that conversation at all, we could go ahead since Ryan is with
Why don't we
us.
talk to Ryan,
Yes, sir.
and then we can follow up with, questions, follow-up questions on the last presentation.
Sure.
All right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ryan, come on up.
So I have this, I did some putting together of it a little bit, I don't know what you guys have done.
Yes.
I'm not entirely certain that I've done it correctly. Accounting was never a strong suit. But I put it together, I think I've done the math correctly on it. I may be a little off, but
We'll check.
yeah, we'll see what we can do.
All right, so this.
John's not-
Just this Excel sheet?
Yes. All right, I'm gonna pull it up on my end, so give me a second.
Forge it as much as you can. Otherwise, start bringing them in Braille.
Maybe we can have the account ID. Yeah. Their accounts are so odd.
All right.
And I can kind of start, I know, so Ryan will present some proposed changes to the emergency management budget. And
Okay.
so the county funds half of that budget. In past years, there was some grants that took care of some of that between the city and the county, but now we're to where we do fund 50/50. So I think this budget is based on 100%, correct?
Yes.
That we have up, and so he can talk through those, but know that the county's portion would be half of the request.
Okay.
All right, well, Judge Felton, Commissioners, good afternoon. Like Francis said, our budget is funded 50% by the county, so the figures you will see here, cut them in half, and that will be the county's portion for what we're doing. Whether we get a whole lot or or a whole little, we are in the business of trying to make it work with whatever we can, and I feel confident that we can do that. From the very start, I will say that the regular salaries part, which makes up myself, our assistant DMC, and our senior admin, that number may change. As I've discussed with Dustin, I had several budget requests this year that I put in through the city's process that involved compensation increases for the rest of our team. I think we have a very good team. I think we bring a lot to the county, and especially the other members of our team. And we have a distinct opportunity, I believe, to keep our staff intact generationally. Those of us that are a part of our staff now live here. We're committed to being here, and with those adjustments, I think we can fight off any sort of market pressures to keep them from going anywhere else. Our budget is fairly straightforward. Not a whole lot comes our way. Overall, as you can see, the 2101, which is emergency management. So I also supervise the City of Waco's radio operations, which was the second half of that budget, but the county, as it sits right now, does not have any input, not input, but it does not contribute to that as it sits right now. The things that you'll see, the things marked in green are any increases over $1,000. The things in red are any decreases over $1,000. And the largest decrease comes from our Motorola SUA, which the city and county jointly administer. We were budgeted and received a very large quote from Motorola this year, so we pared a lot of that back to take a lot of that out of there. We're confident that we can still maintain our operations, at least for the next year. I believe this would be a good time to inform the county, at least on the city side, and I think there will be some impacts to the county. No decisions have been made. Those are way above me. That will have to come from City Manager Ford and Judge Felton, yourself, about what we do with our radio system moving forward. Motorola has quoted us, I believe, $16 million in work just to upgrade our system to keep us to where we are now. So we are exploring other options.
$16 million?
Yes, sir.
For what?
To replace its infrastructure work, essentially. So it's the infrastructure that is going out of date. Most of the city's side of the radio, so the county has all new stuff.
Okay.
So the city's side, their stuff is 20, 25 years old and has reached end of life and has to be replaced.
So this is like the dispatch stuff, things like that?
That's a part of it. The dispatch stuff is part of it, but we're talking about like the machinery and the computer systems that make the radio system work. So the things that are in the shelters, the things that are on the towers, the repeaters, the amplifiers, those sorts of things, the microwaves themselves. We are looking into other options, and we found one that we do particularly like, but again, that will have to be brought before both court and council at a later point for a vote and kind of a decision on that, because it's a big decision and it moves forward, but I can present more on that at a later time. The rest of our budget is fairly inclined. It increases to, let's see here, increases to our special services lines for temps. We use them as force multipliers during disasters or during sheltering operations. Folks that help run our shelters, or if we were to be hit by a real large storm, we'd be able to flex our capacity a little bit. Our emergency management staff consists of 2 people, and with a county of this size, that can be a struggle when multiple communities have had impacts. Everything else is mostly fairly straightforward. I see that there is an increase in what the city has asked that we contribute towards IT services. That had been something that I believe the city did across the board, not just with our department, but all of them in general, just because of the ambitious, the ambitious stance the IT department took. I can't really speak much to their internal processes, but that's where that comes from. Everything else, I believe, is fairly straightforward. If the court has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Questions?
So what's the bottom line?
The bottom line below the black line?
Yeah, oh, no, are you done yet, or are you still going through it? I'm sorry.
Oh, bottom line is, the city had asked us to make recommended cuts out of our budget. Those cuts were made. We have cut about $48,000 and change out of our budget. We are expecting that to continue for at least the next 2 years, and we are prepared to do that. The radio operations, that is strictly a city budget line that I put together, so that's not something the court has to worry about at this point, but
So can I ask a question? So above the black line that's on there, is those, you may have just said this, so I apologize. Those are above the black line are the costs that that the county contributes to, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Above the black line is 2101, which is the emergency management line. Below the black line is 2102, which is the radio operations part.
Okay. I guess just sum up the above the black line, increase and decrease. Sorry. And so that, for those portions, it looks like it's a net decrease of $48,322.
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, City Manager Ford is on vacation, and there are some things on his desk that require his signature as far as those budget requests for the salary adjustments for our staff. If those are successful, I will be able to present those to the county at the earliest next week, but most likely 2 to 3 weeks from now. But as soon as I have them, I will get them to Francis to be put into our final adjusted budget.
Yeah, I saw something in there about incentives. I just got a quick glance as it was moving.
There's a pay incentive line underneath the black line.
Oh, I didn't see it. I mean, I saw a glimpse of it, but I didn't.
Yeah, I see that line as 0.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then the recommended, the salary adjustments, what, was it across the board, a percentage, or was it?
It was not. It was based on the city's scales and being in the second or third quartile of those scales, depending on some realignment that we may do. I can get you more information on that here in a little bit if you'd like.
That you may do.
Yes, sir.
And that's the 32,000?
That's what it is so far. I'm not sure if they have put them all in quite yet, because I think that's based on what I submitted. The City of Waco's HR department does a comp study on peer cities and peer counties and those sorts of things to make those salary adjustments. So sometimes I will put in a number and they'll actually put in a higher number, which from our perspective works great because we want to make sure that our staff are well compensated. But once we get that final number, I can put that in there and make that sure you know what
We're
it
done a
is.
study, salary study.
Yes, sir.
We'll show them our study if they show us theirs.
There's a standoff if I've ever seen one.
Yes, sir.
And these are pre-COLA, right? All of these salary increases?
Yeah, I don't think, yes, sir, they are. Those are pre-COLA. They're reclassifications and salary increases that are outside of the normal 3% that they normally do or whatever it's going to be this year. I haven't been told.
Okay.
Then IT assessment, that's half of what it is, or was it prorated for any reason between the city and the county, or is it even 50/50 cut? What was that, 59,000 or?
For IT services?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that would be half and half. The City of Waco's IT department assesses essentially a levy on all departments for their services based on a formula that they have.
Okay. Okay, what else?
That's the long and short of it.
Thank you for coming in on short notice
Yes, of course.
today.
And if you have any follow-up questions, I'd happy to answer them.
Okay, well, I appreciate the responsiveness you give us when there's issues out there in the weather and those kind of things, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We're always happy to do whatever we can to serve the county. It's important to us. While I think most of the public here in Waco might see us as a city department, we're just as much in the county and we're just as committed to that. And it's important that this court knows that.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Brian, you guys run a very professional shop.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Please know it's noticed.
Yeah. No,
Well, we're
doubt.
happy to do it. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, y'all have a good day.
I'll be well.
Thank you.
Anna,
No, on that, Judge, I guess I saw the minus 48,000 on his budget, right? Is that what I saw?
So I think that's what he was saying, that, so his budget includes a lot more than we help cover. And so, that 48, I believe, was the net of the increases and decreases on the line items that we do help cover. So it seems that the county's portion should drop by half of that
That's what
24.
it was kind of confusing.
Yeah,
I didn't want to try to sit here and,
I didn't have that yet, so,
yeah, but, I mean, I know he already had 32,000 at the top for compensation, which could be more or could be less.
Yeah.
But then he had a minus 48 at the bottom, so I mean, that's why I didn't know.
yeah, there was,
Yeah, there was a big decrease in something.
which I could still.
The Motorola.
In the Motorola.
Motorola.
We'll analyze this sheet a little bit more and figure out
Okay.
exactly what.
I mean, because we could have high-fived him, you know, if we knew he was gonna have that big a decrease.
well, he qualified, that he's gotta come back because the city hadn't signed off on it.
Okay,
They're on the same timeline as us, as far as I feel like his budget.
That's right.
okay, yeah.
It's just proposed right now, or.
Well, that, I mean, you should, that's still helpful that he's trying to go down, you know?
Yeah.
And the Motorola did a lot of that, because I guess y'all paid up for the Motorola last year.
Yeah, we
It was
did.
$800,000.
Yeah, and then we paid for most of the towers going up.
Yes, sir.
We paid over $1 million apiece.
All right.
So Anna, you heard the presentation by Constable Precinct 1, and on April's bill, you had a chance to look at that?
Yes, I have.
So her pay raise, pay range now, what is it?
So I'm pulling up the actual request
Okay.
that was submitted. So I'll make it bigger.
Thank you.
So those are the two adjustments they would like for these two positions. So just to provide a little more context there to the history they were providing about their leadership roles. So the titles of, I think they mentioned lieutenant and sergeant, those are internal titles that they have used, but they are not in any budget book or.
It just says deputy constable in the.
Yes, both in our personnel system, HRIS system, and budgets. And they've been, for the past few years, budgeted as such. So they are requesting reclassifications for two of the positions. One, a captain, which I believe is April's position, and then another one as sergeant that they're saying she oversees the sergeant. And the requested salary for those, so it's moving them from about 59,000 to 71,400 for a captain and 61,600 for a sergeant. They mentioned, I think Galveston County is referenced, kind of in what their leadership structure.
They said Webb County, didn't they?
Oh, it was Webb County, you're right.
Yeah.
Webb County was mentioned for comparison on their structure. They are one of our 9 peer counties. Looking at all 9 peer counties, 3 of 9 peer counties have lead positions in peace officer roles below that of a chief deputy. So that means the other 6 counties have just that chief position. And so they're requesting pretty much reclassification to have 2 additional lead positions.
But that is a very unusual constable's office. They do above and beyond.
And so they did identify those additional functions to HR, like functions related to traffic and crime that they oversee. And so if the court wanted to.
Well, and my thoughts on that are whether we think they should or shouldn't, they are. And they have every right to, we can't. And so I hate to punish somebody who's put in this position because maybe some people go, well, they shouldn't be doing that stuff, but they are. And so you've got a staff member in there
She's a,
doing the work,
she could go somewhere else. They would snack her up like that.
no doubt. But, and this has gone on for a few years, and, I like what I see. The first few years, I did not agree. I didn't think it was warranted. But she's performing, whether we like it or not, she's performing in a position, in a role that she deserves more than $300 a month more than her.
So that's why I have that slotted position as an other, because it is very function-based. And so if that was something that needed to continue, then it should have a leadership role. I also have it as other because the title that's being requested doesn't really fit into the law enforcement pay structure. They mentioned, of course, that preference to use lieutenant, which isn't in either. So I need to ask for clarification because it's not in either of the requests. So I'm not sure which one they were intending that for, but I'll pull up the.
So what confused me, are we talking about a lieutenant or a captain? Which one are we?
Well,
So,
Either one I don't think would be a fit based on the pay according to salary survey and what other constables are looking as far as pay, and it doesn't fit our structure. And so here I have what our current law enforcement structure looks like. And so you can see currently the deputy chief constable positions are actually in the same grade as a sergeant, and their pay is in line with that pay grade. The pay they're requesting of $71,000 for that captain position would be in line with a corporal, and would also make sense in the structure as corporals are below sergeants. And so that was why HR recommended the pivot to that title rather than using a.
Which title?
Corporal. Corporal or
Well,
assistant chief
You
deputy.
couldn't do that then, because she's supervising a sergeant.
She's supervising a sergeant.
So if the court wanted to approve 2 lead positions, then I would say she could be an assistant chief deputy and a corporal. We're creating a completely new leadership structure within the county. And so HR is going to fit those titles within our existing law enforcement structure. In our existing structure, a sergeant, a deputy sergeant at the sheriff's office is currently in the same grade as a chief constable.
so whatever we do, what's the ripple effect or whatever, if it affects, that's the sensitive piece right there where you trying to do something for one that ends up, it hits about multiple people across.
And I think, just cut to the chase on it, I know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Is there another constable's department that could come in here and from a volume perspective and from manpower perspective, be able to say, hey, here's how we're having to break it up now? I don't think anybody else has the manpower.
So it wouldn't
For
be volume, but
volume-
it would, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So for volume, yes. If you're just counting papers received, those are the writs and evictions and things like that they're performing. Yes, they do have equals, I guess, amongst the county, but those additional functions like traffic and crime, that would be a different function.
But that would be the driver, not the volume, right?
Right. That would be the reason for the leadership position, not the volume, right?
So Commissioner, like volume, it says whether you have enough people there or not.
right.
But duties are people that have the skill to do more than one thing.
Yes, sir.
And so that's what drives us for an increase, not volume, even though that's not always fair to everybody. Where some people are working extra and other people are getting paid the same for doing less, but sometimes that's not their choice too, so.
Right.
So I'm, we can figure it out,
Yeah, because it just, right now, she's just
A deputy.
a deputy.
yeah.
So you've technically got a deputy supervising a sergeant right now.
a deputy supervising a deputy. The sergeant isn't
Yeah,
an
sorry,
official
that's a-
title.
Still, they're all deputies.
Yeah, they're all deputies.
So there is no sergeant.
No, that's their,
That's just
that's been the
their-
problem we've dealt with for 6, 7 years with that department.
But you
Because they have
got,
different-
but you got a sergeant,
You call this, but you're really not.
you got a sergeant in the sheriff's
I can
department.
see where it makes me nervous.
Yeah.
You have a sergeant in the sheriff's department, yes, who's a part of this structure, this pay band in the structure, which is LE8. And that is currently the same level as a chief deputy constable. And that, the way they assign these is based on what these folks are getting paid in market.
Anna, 1 second, please. Jim just said he can head this way if we're gonna be here a bit longer. Do you have any advice for him? It's 2:30 right now.
Well, what do y'all want to do? I mean, what else do we have after Anna gets through?
So after this discussion, we can still go through some other departments that just have these small increases.
Okay. So tell him, if it's not too much trouble, come on.
And keep going.
Jim, I know you're listening, so you heard that conversation. I think you're safe to head this way.
Dude, they have corporals already, or they're in the constable's office too?
No, not at this county, no.
I mean, but do they wear stripes and say they're corporals, or do you know? I don't know that.
For other precincts,
No, for here.
In other words, well, you're saying.
What I'm saying is, why
opposing-
don't you make, yeah, I mean, well, they're, like I said, you don't call them corporals. Seems like to me that the constables need to have another section, just like sergeant and corporal in the sheriff's department.
that would create their own structure.
It would create their own, but it
Or
would be
constable.
comparable to law
Essentially.
enforcement.
Essentially. Because what they,
So-
again, the structure and the assignment to the pay bands is based on what the salary survey average for them is, so what their pay
For a
is
constable
against.
deputy instead of a
So
sheriff's.
base, right, so based on that average, they're getting assigned to the closest midpoint. So that's how they landed, the chief deputies landed with those deputies, sergeants from the sheriff's office.
Okay.
So that's why you're saying, and I see what you're talking about now, they want the sergeant to become a sergeant, and they're wanting her to become a lieutenant. I'm not worried about the rank. What I'm worried about is the amount of work she does and her compensation.
Right.
So I don't care if I call her a corporal, a lieutenant, or a whatever, if she's being compensated for the work she's doing above and beyond what everybody
Well,
else
I
is.
think she said she didn't care if she was called captain or lieutenant or whatever, just
Yeah,
as long as she
that's-
got paid for her
Yeah.
business.
And if we, by doing that, doesn't get us, now obviously if we do that, then we have to say that no to the other request.
Now, but did they even bring up the other request when they were sitting there?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Did they, Anna? I don't think so. They never mentioned the sergeant.
No, I'm just referencing, that's
I know,
what they
but
submitted.
when they were sitting there, neither one of them
And
said.
then
He just wanted her.
and then the
Yeah.
payroll that he's
Put in for two.
requesting
Yeah.
for her would be comparable to,
To the corporal band.
that makes more sense.
They're requesting 71,000 for them, and so it would be within that corporal band.
I just got a message from that office, and I guess they're listening as well, but they asked if you wanted them to come back in to explain anything, so I said I would ask you.
I think it's just us figuring out, first off, are we taking this on, and if we are, how do we handle it? I appreciate their information and the data they gave us,
Fantastic.
but
I think it'd be confusing.
I think, I would be supportive of a corporal.
And they can still rank themselves as they want.
Well, but there's danger in that, and that's something
Well-
that worries me a little bit.
Well, that's true.
I promise you.
Because they can come back and say, I've been doing the work of this, but yet y'all haven't recognized
Why
it.
they roll, right?
Yeah.
So,
If the-
anyway,
So let's say the court wanted to consider both leadership positions, which I'm not sure if that's where we're at yet, but it's not, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. It doesn't happen often, but it wouldn't be out of the ordinary to have, say, something like an assistant chief, deputy, within the same band as a constable chief.
Anna, would it be, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just trying to think, because you're trying to think on your feet, and we are too. If you went back and thought about it and then came with a recommendation court, so we can kind of have a better, I hate to, there's so many variances here, but I agree. If someone is managing 3 things,
Or more.
it's more difficult than managing 1. If it expands to 4 and 5, then it's more difficult, which means their ability to manage is better, has to be better to do it. Doesn't matter about the volume. It's all about the different areas you have to manage, the different, and that's the important part, I think, that we think she's achieved.
Sure.
And because we can't use volume, because that gets back into the whole basis that we set these structures up on.
Right.
And
I agree, Judge.
it's got its downfalls by not strongly considering volume within the range. But when you have 1,100 employees, you got to take, there's nothing perfect. And we have to pick the one that works the best. And sticking with our philosophy on that, we need to do that. But please go back and give consideration to the request and how we might look at whether we can do it or whether some modification or whatever without causing repercussions or ripple effect all across the whole, all these other departments.
Because it's interesting. She is supervising more people than the chief deputy. Although technically that still falls under his purview, but direct supervision, what is that, 13, 14, 15, 16?
Yes, the ratio of deputies to leads currently, the average is 4 deputies per lead, and so for them it would be 4.5. So it's slightly higher. And yes, I'll go back and kind of formulate kind of how to kind of fit that different piece into the existing structure, because I do want to go back and ask about the functions, the corporate, that they're the person they're identifying as corporal, what functions are they performing that is making them a corporal? And I think that'll help kind of round this out, because I think we have a clear idea of what April is doing, but not this other,
Right.
this third person.
Because the conversation today was, everybody calls April.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure that we're within the boundaries of what we can do, that we do the right thing.
And then, Francis, did you, because I can just, there's like a few other reclassification requests, and I can run through those really quickly unless you want to jump into your things.
No, that's up to y'all, between y'all. I know we need to do it, so.
Was that okay with the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Do you keep a task meter every time we hand you something?
That's volume.
It's
Don't
not
do it
as,
right. Don't waste
it's
your
not as
time.
organized as you think. It's just like my scribbles over here.
It's you, not me. In a hell of a mess.
So we just went through the constable, the Major Ives touched on their request when they were here, and that's 2 reclassifications out at the jail. They're part of a unit that currently is doing criminal investigations within the jail that do result in a criminal caseload and charges. And so HR was supportive of those reclassifications. So it's this current jail corporal turning them into a law enforcement investigator, and then a jailer sergeant turning them into a law enforcement sergeant. And so we have those as yeses, and then we have a request from pretrial services. I'm sorry, this is just a title change, and we're fine with that. There's no cost associated. It's not a reclass, it's just a title change.
All right.
County Court at Law 3 has currently the only court clerk amongst the district courts and county courts at law. It's kind of like this outlier position. And their request is just to make that a court admin assistant position, which is the more standard position amongst those courts. Currently, the structure for the other county courts at law, they have their court administrator, and then they have their court admin assistant along with that. And so this would just kind of make the third court match the other two courts. And then they did confirm functions being performed by that position, and they do need it to serve as a court administrative assistant. And so the request here, HR, based on functions, we are supporting. They are only requesting 44,900, but there might have been some miscommunication because that's lower than what it's budgeted at. And it's also not the standard pay. The court a few years back kind of standardized the pay for court admin assistants and court administrators between both district courts and county courts at law. And so we wouldn't want, again, just this single outlier, so we would recommend the budget of $55,823. So that all matched up. And then this one is still pending the engineering office. We're waiting on confirmation of functions
Okay.
for that one. So that's the only one pending. So we have work to do for that one. Precinct 1's request just presented right now, and then the others are yeses.
And then on the two that are at the jail, tell me if I'm wrong, but the way I look at that, they're interchangeable. They could be a detective there, they could move downtown tomorrow, and they're still a detective. They're still capable of performing that same function.
That's right.
So
They're
that-
conducting inmate interviews,
Right.
gathering intel information, and the jailer sergeant is supervising that team of investigators. And so there's the reasoning behind it. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Stand by.
Stop my share.
Okay, Francis,
Okay.
you've got till dark. Not really. I've got to be at Trading House at 6:30.
What you got there?
Got us running front
Secret
lines.
meeting.
Oh, pick up your dinner.
Yeah, yeah. I'm cooking tonight.
It's cooking tonight. I might end up there too. But it won't be a quorum, you can't come, so.
Well, we don't listen to him anyway.
Oh, that's true. It's on his way out.
It's never business.
Okay, so I think we were just kind of walking through the departments that we hadn't touched on yet. And so I think we ended at the tax office, and they had that request for the upgraded software. I don't know if that's something that you'd like to hear from their perspective. We could get them to come in next week briefly, or, you may have already had discussions with them at some point, but.
Mr. Wilson and myself are tired of hearing the word upgraded software.
And I should have went that
Well,
way
it
in
is these
college,
days.
I'm telling you.
Costs us money every time we look at that.
Went to college with John back there,
Well, speaking of that, next on our list, and I know John already covered his department, but 0630 is information technology.
Okay.
And just since John is here with us today, we'll pull that department up. But just, I think everything he spoke on, he did make some decreases on the fly when we were
Right.
going through it. But I mean, he gave his justification for all of those increases and why they're needed.
Okay.
And where they're needed. And so just if you had any other follow-up questions or thoughts there, but this department stands with those increases in them as we discussed yesterday, or day before yesterday, whatever day.
All right. Anybody have any questions for John or Francis on that?
Okay. Okay, so Department 1270, this is Mental Health Court Services. So this is under Judge Swanton. This one should be pretty easy to check off, but they had increases in court masters and court-appointed attorneys. And so trends led us to it was evident that they needed to increase both of those lines just due to trends and expenses. And so, you know, like we've talked about some others, there's not a lot they can do there, and those are just necessary to the operation of their office. So I definitely wanted to point that out. Okay. Next, we have County Court at Law 1, 2, and 3. And so those are departments 1310, 1320, and 1330. And so all three of those departments either had either had decreases or kept their operating budgets flat. But we did have those changes to the judge salaries. So again, we went through that earlier. If you wanted to discuss that anymore, let me know, or had any questions. But just want to make sure we touch on those because it does show an increase, a net increase to their department. Okay. Okay, Department 1420. This is 54th District Court. This is Judge Kelly. She made decreases within her department, but asked for an increase in furniture and equipment. This is related, and we can get her in here to speak on this if needed, but this furniture request was to finish her jury area, as well as some other updates to her office. And so that increase there is $60,000 for furniture. I think they are still working on the details and quotes and things like that.
Aren't we changing locations soon?
She's not, right? Isn't she the one that said she's not gonna move?
I'm not sure of who is moving and not.
Say it again.
That's correct, yeah. The 54th would like to remain in its current spot.
Yeah, that's right. And it's suited for it. It's got the holding cells behind the deal. It's got the walkway going across, so.
The commissioner was questioning the furniture purchase, if she was gonna move.
Yeah. No, I think as long as she's in office, upstairs there.
But this, you know, this was, I guess, then related to, of course, remaining here, but just updating those portions of her office. So we can get some more information there, get her to speak on that if needed. But I just wanted to point that out. Moving on, Department 1430, this is 74th District Court. And I have this highlighted, why? Oh, I'm sorry. This one is another simple one. This was just due to the judicial compensation change. So this, the elected official supplement was adjusted from up that $7,000. And of course, this is a department also that currently does not have an elected official in place. And then Department 1440, this is 170th District Court, Judge Meyer. Again, increase in that supplement for the judge. And then in operating, a very slight increase to their professional development line. In total, the department increased about $1,200, but they haven't had
Go
any.
back real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On the 74th, that's empty.
Yes.
So y'all would just pull from that line, I guess, as the more expenses occur in other courts?
Like in the operating?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so.
Visiting judge
or the visiting judge?
Yeah, they're going, in other words, when we get a visiting judge, they'll be in that court. So.
And those expenses?
They'll
I
hit
was
this
gonna ask
department.
that question.
This
Pardon?
department specifically. They will still hit this department.
Okay, even the
So-
cost of the visiting
Even
judge.
even the cost of the visiting,
Yes.
because
They
from
all have
this.
that in their budgets, I do, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and so.
But-
And so usually, if they don't have a visiting judge line, we use other services and charges. They do have one, Haley's highlighted it for me. But of course, you do still have staff there, and that, like you said, having visiting judges come in.
And that staff, they, They work with those visiting
So-
judges, or is?
Yeah, and in the effort to shift around,
Because how long are we going, how long have we been empty there now?
I've been about 5 months or
That sounds about right.
something like that. And we're waiting on the governor,
Right.
now, so that could happen, anytime.
What needs to happen between now and this special session,
I
or?
think it can happen after that,
Okay.
yeah.
It was always my understanding
Because
it had to be while they were out of session.
Oh, it had to be
Or
while
it-
they're out?
It'd have to be out.
Yeah.
Because-
Well, because they
because-
don't have time to pick it up. I mean, he could have done it during session, but generally he doesn't have time to deal with it. So Luna was put in, the session wasn't going on, but there was consideration all the way till the session started, and then they said, well, it's not gonna happen during that because he's got too many things to deal with, but never.
So it's my understanding if they appoint during the session, they have to go through a confirmation process.
I really don't know the process.
So that,
Dustin, you might know it, but,
that's why I say
I think that is right. If it's during a session, then it goes through that confirmation process. If it's outside of it, then it does not.
it's like a recess appointment.
okay, yeah.
Right.
He says,
And then, that's correct.
okay. Welcome back.
Thanks, sir. Thanks.
So I think we had moved to Department 1440, which is 170th. And then the increase there was related to professional development. That court has never had anything budgeted in that line, but we continuously do a budget amendment mid-year there for that. And so, based on history, we feel there needs to be something in there. So that's why that is
Good.
about a $1,200 increase to that budget to have their staff trained properly. Okay. Department 1455, this is specialty courts. This one, is a conglomeration of cost that fall under Judge Swanton. And so you have Veterans Court, you have Recovery Court, and you have Mental Health Court. And so a lot of different costs here that come together in this department. This department specifically, the positions we've had multiple grants that have covered all of the expenses, but specifically personnel cost. And so, we watched as one of those grants dwindled over the years. And so you'll see an increase here in the employee costs because of those change in grant funds. And so no change to the position, just in how that is funded. And so that's why that increase shows up there in personnel.
So there's no increase in number of personnel, there's just an
No,
increase
it's
on our side because grant money is going down.
Yes.
And that's one of those red flags we've talked about before.
Right, and, but the grant, I think we talked about that too when it came in. It helped us kind of get started because the volume was gonna go up and we would end up having to fund a spot anyway, so that's the way I was looking at it anyway, because.
Yeah,
And
the
we
grant
save money
funding.
by getting these people adjudicated and out of jail and
Yeah,
things like
that's
that.
right, so,
And the grant funding, like you said, getting this court started, the grant funding was substantial in these first years to get that up and running. And so then below in the operating, they had an increase in professional services. That's because they'd like to increase the pay for their defense attorney team member that is on their specialty court team. And so they've calculated that to be $200 per court session for 3 attorneys, 5 hours a week, each week of the year. And so that's a necessary part of their team, and they would like to increase that compensation. And so I think that was really their only increase there.
$200, tell me again,
So when they have a defense attorney team member on, not a court-appointed attorney, but a defense attorney that sits on that team that, is helping that defendant, they would like to pay them, each attorney, $200 per session, per court session. And so
So there's three.
average of
that set
5
so
hours
there's
a week.
Three of them set every session, or one sets today and another one sets tomorrow, another, so you're talking about $600 every?
Yes, I think, sorry, let me get my bearings here. Let me get my calculator.
Well, it'd be, the way it looks like it, what it shows, it could be $200 divided by 3.
Or $200 times 3.
It could, either way. It's the way it's written.
So it's 500. So maybe he was averaging. We can get him to explain that a little more. I know he did when we met with him. I'm drawing a blank on it at the moment. But we'll get some more. We'll get some more
What was
definitive
the total
information.
amount?
26.
26,000.
26,000.
And so they were, of course, already getting compensated, and I can't think of what the amount was they were getting paid. So this is increasing it up to 200. I believe it was 100. You believe it? Okay, so we think it was $100 per hour, so this would increase it to $200
An hour.
per hour per session.
Yeah.
but,
What are they
sorry,
getting
that
right
kind of
now
made that
per hour?
confusing. I'm sorry,
What are they getting right now per hour?
$100.
And so this would go to 200? Okay.
And all those fees have gone up. We've been getting like ad litem fees for attorneys that we appoint. We finally had to go up, we couldn't get enough ad litems, and so.
Knowing what attorney fees are right now, that's
Yeah.
200.
And we negotiated a flat fee, but,
Good.
sometimes it's easy money and sometimes they're in the hole.
So we'll circle back to that, just to make sure we're all clear. Department 1610 is pretrial services, under Judge Bain. I skipped over this one. So he had, he had multiple changes within his operating lines. In the end, it is about just a little over a $7,000 increase. And so they're requesting an increase in supplies, based on trends. Let me see here, what else he's increasing.
Based on usage, on all these people talk about trends and increases, are you comfortable with that based on historically what's been spent in the past?
Yes, and we always kind of back that up with several years of information. A lot of times you can see they're already going to need a budget amendment this year. They've needed a budget amendment the past year or so. And so, you know, a lot of times we feel that it is needed. And sometimes, you know, you can see where they're moving from. So if a budget amendment consistently is done from one line to another, year after year, let's increase one and decrease the other by that same amount.
Yeah,
So
let's go ahead and do that. Put it where it needs to be.
yeah, so we try to watch for those trends, those patterns as well.
There's a lot of right sizing goes on in their department before we see it, so a lot of those ridiculous things or mistakes are caught before we get them.
Every court session, we get one of those, move from here to here, move from here to here.
And that's, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with
Nothing wrong
line
with
item
that.
adjustments.
Nothing wrong with
I always say, like, I think if you have no line item adjustments, then there's an issue, because that means line items are way overdone.
Then you nailed it, and that's not gonna happen.
Because so many of these departments, it is, like we were talking about guardianship services earlier,
Yeah.
near impossible to know, you know, where that may fall or something. And so, so we just keep tweaking it each year to try to get that sweet spot of not fluffed, but just enough. So, software licensing, that is attributable to the eDoc software, which I know we're phasing out, but increase there that we saw hit last year. In language translation, get this comment to come up. So historically, they've gone over budget there, and so we're foreseeing that may occur again. So he has requested an increase there, and then professional development. And so, just like a lot of departments wanting to send additional staff to trainings, to seminars, conferences. And so again, a $7,000 net increase to his operating budget. Let's move to 1611. This is JP 11. So she has a few increases. This is Judge Hensley. And so supplies, based on projection again and what they're spending per month, we think the $1,000 increase there that's requested is necessary in that line. Travel reimbursement increasing by $500. Again, looking at what she is asking for reimbursement each month. We do foresee that this one will go over budget at some point the remainder of the year. So increase there seems to be reasonable. And then for professional development, an increase of $500. And so that will allow a third clerk to go to training over what they usually send. Okay. So I have road and bridge departments. I can go ahead and skip over those now. I know Amy, I know that conversation with engineer and those things, Amy can be with us next week. So I
Yeah.
thought we might do that on Tuesday afternoon. And
Okay.
if y'all want to talk through anything road and bridge now, let me know, but we can just hold it.
Just soon we do it when.
Yeah,
we got the whole
it's
game.
ideal when the engineer's here.
Definitely,
Get-
but I just wanted to make sure that
Got the same mindset on everything.
in addition to your individual departments, we have that countywide road and bridge department.
Right.
And so we need to talk through some lines in there. You know, we had placed a contingency in there last year. I don't know if we want to keep that or not. And so that's something we can bring down through discussion, but I will skip over all the road and bridge.
What's in there now?
So we placed 700,000 in countywide road and bridge contingencies.
Okay.
And that was very specific. We had a new commissioner coming in, and so putting that there in case that precinct needed to outsource some projects to get going quicker.
Right.
The only thing we've utilized it for this year is for a piece of equipment,
The big piece we shared.
and it was the
Mag.
yes.
Yeah.
So, so you all approved a budget amendment to move from there into capital outlay, and then I think that's something that you're all utilizing when needed.
Who paid for the big excavator?
We all did.
That's it.
That's what I'm
So
talking
it's
about.
not a Bowman.
Okay.
Oh, it was excavated.
It's a big, it was a great.
I can
big
look it up,
excavator.
too.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. I'll just
I'll let you
make sure.
The Bow Mag, it had to be something, wasn't it?
I thought we were gonna buy Bomag.
I did too.
Let me,
I think
We didn't, though.
bought the big excavator, because I think that's what
We
she.
already paid a bunch on the lease on it, or.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that's not.
We'd already paid
excavator.
it down a
Yeah,
bunch.
okay.
Shows you how much we know.
Well, at least I was paying attention.
It's late.
It's late. I was paying attention.
This is all over, that may be all we can afford.
So do we ever take bond money and go through well, I guess it's not really relevant that it's direct, but, in other words, but generally, anything we use out of that road and bridge contingency is short-term in nature, so it really wouldn't be qualified for bond funding or, I mean, we've done
I mean, I think,
bridges or anything like that through there.
No,
I
I
guess my
think-
point is, if we have adequate bond money, the only thing we need to put in that contingency is something like equipment, I guess.
yes. And I think that the intent or the discussion last year was for maintenance, like outsourcing maintenance. And so, again, not more of a capital project, but just ongoing maintenance. And so
Yeah.
that's, like you said,
Okay.
more ongoing expenses.
Well,
And
but,
that.
I mean,
I
if
think
you,
it was in there too, to rebuild
Excavator.
roads in precinct 2.
Yeah, that was discussed.
Really wasn't maintenance, it was a rebuild,
Okay, okay.
Rebuilds.
which should go into the bond, right?
but using that excavator as, if you bought that out of that, right, the excavator.
Yeah, that way
Because you're rebuilding roads
it didn't come
everywhere.
out of any one
Yes.
budget. It
Okay.
really-
Right, and I think what she's getting at is the 700,000 was for if you had to do a big project out there to make something up, or get something
Do.
caught up. But
That-
that should be bond
Need to do.
funds and not
Yeah,
Because it's a
the
long-term
priority,
investment.
if it's a long-term deal, bond funds, but then other stuff could be
Oh, we
out
used
of
it for
that
that too.
contingency.
Gotcha.
So things that weren't covered on the bond or something new. like
Yes, sir.
that money
Will,
right there.
what, any roads or bridge going to the bonds, correct?
Okay, so just to clarify, so the piece of equipment that we bought this year was a
At some point, we need to
Komatsu
Come up with a dollar amount.
excavator. So that's what that was, and then Haley had pulled up, we also moved some from that line item
Some kind of principle.
to help fund the project with Viking Construction for micro surface and crack seal for Road and Bridge 1, so we utilized some of that. But last year was the first year we had that, we put something really in that
Yeah.
contingencies line, Road and Bridge countywide, because there was a lot of unknowns at that time, but again, something we can talk through when we have this discussion and see if y'all want something in there. Of course, you each have your contingencies still in your department, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so we will come back there. I know we don't have a lot to look at right now on this or talk about, but Department 5490. This is our contracted programs. And so tomorrow, we'll be hearing from a lot of these entities. But also just to kind of get, just to look at this a little bit, you also have your emergency management, OSSF, the library, fire protection, animal shelter, and then a lot of your other entities that are not economic development related. Those fall in this department too. So a pretty large department, but we will work through each of those requests tomorrow. And I just wanted to just pause here in case there was any thoughts before we have those discussions or hear from those people tomorrow. If there's any
So can you go
prior comments.
up a little bit or down? I mean, to the top, I'm sorry, to the top.
North.
Yeah, so the 25 is the last line is what they're proposing, okay.
Yes, yes. So yeah, adopted budget to amended, so that amended will include any budget amendments you've approved. And then we look at actual projected, we project and then the requested.
I mentioned it yesterday, this is one I truly want to take a
Yes, that's true.
really close look at.
Thank you.
Because when we start giving up personnel to provide services, I think we need to, everybody else needs,
And-
we need to do the same for
Or
outside
our
entities.
equipment too. Yeah, I mean, to get the job done.
And just to have the cleanest way to do this, these numbers are, you can tell, they're just equal to what the adopted budget was last year. And so any increases that were requested, those fall in that number that we've been seeing on the summary page. So
Did not.
Okay.
Is it that number right there?
And for some reason, my summary page like this disappeared. I don't know if I disappeared.
does it give you little dots?
No, I'm talking about my piece of paper.
Oh, okay.
When you get one of those tomorrow.
What about that?
No, this, remember we had it listed.
224.
About the request that they wanted. Right, thank you.
MHMR, yeah, gotta be.
I'm a paper guy like Jim, I think.
Yeah, we'll make sure I'll have new, fresh copies tomorrow too.
And that'll have what they're asking for tomorrow.
Pass that to him.
What?
Okay.
So again, just kind of prepare our minds for tomorrow, just to see what that, just to remind ourselves. And then we also in Department 7890, that's Economic Development. And so you'll see some of those entities in this department as well. So here we have like where we house our transfer to Economic Development. I know Chris Collins will be speaking on that tomorrow. And then you have the Sports Commission, Spaceport, Arts, the McLennan Community Investment Fund, those things that fall within the economic development range. And again, just plugged in the same numbers as last year so far. Okay. So a lot to come tomorrow.
Go ahead.
And so then, just to, I know we went through this, this week, Tuesday and today, but Department 7920 is capital outlay. So all items that fit the definition of capital outlay and exceed $5,000 are here. And so A lot of the departments we heard from today brought those
Yeah, it's just,
requests down,
it's just
so we
four. I mean,
have
it's very
zeroed those
little.
out already.
Because it's just for.
You'll give us an
Sometimes
update
there's
on that?
those-
Yeah, it's up, it's there, so we can look at the summary in a sec and see how that affected it.
Because I need to do the same.
But can't we look at it
I think we can.
on a hard copy maybe tomorrow or something? Get us a
Sure.
hard copy tomorrow?
Of capital outlay?
Yeah, or just, yeah.
Because we did have equipment contingent upon the three staff, new staff members.
Be in here tomorrow.
If I don't get the three staff, there's no need in having the equipment. So there probably can be some more to come off of that.
Okay.
They're really
Is that-
so we're
Did you have that embedded in your department budget?
In capital outlay, yes.
Okay.
and then so they present the programs that we're gonna do, but I think it's much better shape, got a different floor chair.
Will all of these bring in person tomorrow?
Most of them will, yeah. They'll have the individuals there.
A lot.
I'm feeling sick.
So, a lot of those though, I mean, like you look at, like the HOT, BHN, there's a
Right.
group, that'll be, of course, one person
Together?
for all those lines.
Okay.
City of Waco, we won't, have anybody in tomorrow.
For the contracts.
Correct.
If you'll recall, they're supposed to get back with us because we asked them to take
Yes,
anything that didn't go directly to the library, we asked them to take it out. Like HR, the garage, finance, any of that, we asked them to remove it. So we'll see what they come back with.
and I think we'll kind of look at those as a total, maybe next week at some point, after we get some more information. I know we're still kind of waiting there. But Commissioner Wilson, to answer your question there too, I think,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, on that first section, probably for the most part, there'll be someone here. The libraries,
I've already been here.
the city libraries that are not the Waco McLennan County Library, they don't come in, and that's just something that the court has agreed to help fund.
Sure.
So,
If there's any questions, Commissioner Wilson, in respect to that, it normally is, the city has its own library, why are we funding? And so that's been a debate in the past that you might look at and say, okay, if Hewitt's got a library, but yet we're still subsidizing it from the county perspective, so.
It's really just been kind of from the goodness of our heart.
It
more than
has,
anything.
it
It's like, I mean, you know, and that's, you know,
Volunteer fire department, all that comes in
Yeah.
the same.
Right.
quality of life,
Yeah,
quality of life.
yeah.
And do we know what the city's actually doing with, their outside entities that they subsidize? Were they
They asked
cutting it
them.
back or were they just cutting it out?
They're cutting them back, I know that.
and I think they did some of that last year too, if I remember correctly.
Road treatment.
That may be a question we want to ask everybody mañana. What is Waco's
Right.
share?
Because I think Sports Commission, they didn't fund any last year,
Oh, really?
if I'm not mistaken. They backed away because it was the only thing they were getting was from the
They
county.
gave me a big spill.
I didn't know that. I thought they
Next
just,
year after budget,
I thought they stayed at 100 and we were at
we're already
120.
doing that
I could be wrong because
No, you're probably right.
it's been 364 days that have passed since then.
And you know, a lot of times when these entities come and speak to us, they're still,
Waiting.
Waco's pending as well, and so, or they haven't spoken with them yet, or they haven't gotten answers, so sometimes it's hard to know
What else
before
we
we
got?
adopt.
What else we got?
Okay,
Where we
so,
going?
just looking at those, like I said, capital outlay, you've heard all of the reasoning behind that now.
Yeah.
And so, I think there was, you know, of course, consensus on the ones that wanted to pull their request back. But there was quite a long list for the sheriff's office and the jail, and then for IT. And so I think at some point we'll need to come back here and see how you feel about these.
And y'all were gonna maybe pull out vehicles?
Yes,
For
yes,
us, a long
yes.
list of vehicles?
Correct.
I think that's something we gotta look hard and heavy at, just because of the total cost and the number of requests that we've had in the last
And I
couple of
have
years.
that listed on our parking lot issues to come back and look, a broad view
I
of
think that's
vehicles and
something
what
we've
we've.
got to consider. If we're gonna get to where we wanna get.
Agreed.
And then just to look just briefly, again, just kind of getting a gauge of where we are. Department 9110, this is where we house our transfers to other funds. And so here we pulled out the permanent improvement transfer. I just left that as $1. And then the juvenile transfer, that budget will be placed on an agenda for approval in total. But you'll see there's a slight drop there from the 9.5 to the 8.9. And that, sometimes their budget won't drop, but they'll have excess fund balance to utilize. So every year, if they have excess fund balance not spent from last year, we use that to fund their next year's budget. So that's already gone through juvenile board this past month and has been approved by the juvenile board. So we have plugged in that transfer there as well. So no, so that's, I've gone through now, all of the increases that we have operating wise.
Okay.
And so like I said, it's not a large amount. And I think we kind of learned your feeling on some of those today. I marked some that I think we might need to have someone just give us a little more information. But I guess we can go back to the summary page for a sec, just to kind of
Yeah, because I was
close
gonna
out.
ask you, when we look at this sheet again, I want to see just the COLA in there because we were talking about stripping all that out.
Sure.
Have you already shown that up here? Because I want to see what it looks
Not
like.
today, but we can.
Not on
Where-
that page, but
Okay.
on the,
So this here, and we've been making changes here and there today. So this includes a lot of the changes that, or say a lot, all the changes that you have given the thumbs up to today. And so as you'll see here, that department expenditures line is dropping, and then we just isolated that, and we'll look at that incentive pay COLA in a sec. But you'll see there that we are now sitting at about 29% without COLA. And then you'll see there the difference from our target, which is the 6.2 million. So, and if you still look there, the difference between the expenditures and revenues is about 15 million. And so when you look at, we're 6 million below our target, that means we're utilizing about $8 million of our prior fund balance to fund this budget. And so that's where we know that we've got to bring that revenue up some, not just for this year, but for future years to try to get that more in sync, so. And so here now, like you said, what we'll do is just leave COLA. And if there's anything else you're interested in leaving or adding, let us know.
I think kind of what we were looking at was just the COLA, and then we rebuild from there. When we see
Yes,
what it looks
yes.
like, what our expenditures and our revenues look like, then we start plugging numbers back in.
So after changes today, just having COLA, you'll see there that bottom line of 44.6 million. And so that's 28.3%. Looking at your fund balance goal, it's about 7.3 million under your fund balance goal.
That's without doing anything on the top pennies.
Yeah, that's right.
But just keep in mind,
And do you want to?
be over a 2-cent increase if you wanted to get to the,
Yes.
yeah.
And we can alter that really quick if you want to plug in a different tax rate, just to, and you can kind of do the math in your head too, probably.
Well,
but-
and then there's the discretionary move that we could put in permanent improvement, not put that million in there.
So that's already been taken out.
Okay,
Yes, sir. I know.
thought we had a million.
But that 700,000 that's sitting in contingencies in countywide road and bridge, if that's something we determine we don't need, we still have $1.5 million in regular contingencies as well.
We'll talk about whether we need
Yes,
it.
so these pieces will continue to,
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put 33.339 in there, what is that?
39805.
2 cents, right?
Oh, no, it's
Yeah,
good.
put 2
I just have it hard coded. And so that, without the COLA, brings you to 32.8%.
Right there.
You're just right there. That's very close. With the COLA, you're at 32.1%. And again, just about 1.4 million under that target.
And that's just the COLA, nothing underneath it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I know.
Still a ton of work to do if we want to.
does that include the COLA?
Yes.
Or not?
Just the COLA.
Just the COLA.
None of the other.
But not for staff positions.
Not for step positions, though, just all non-step positions.
32.1.
Yes, sir.
Will you bring us that tomorrow too on a?
We sure can. If they get the call.
What else?
So I think I've kind of gone through everything that I wanted to. If there's something we want to come back to, I know outside entities tomorrow, next week, we still need to come back to road and bridge discussion, have the engineer involved. Next week, I don't think that's in the plans this year, but we always look at TCDRS and how our rate fluctuates. I don't think we have that to put more towards debt.
Yeah, no,
But
I
I'll
don't
just show
either.
you scenarios and just kind of, sometimes it's interesting to see where that falls. Hub will be with us on Tuesday. And so they will give us information on our health plan and the funding of that. I know there's been some requests to HR that she'll bring back as well next week. We're there. So I think now it's just kind of now coming and circling back to all of these areas and figuring out what you want in the proposed budget.
Sadly, it doesn't look like a whole lot of room to plug stuff back in.
No, it looks like there's still, need to be some more, sharpening of the knife, to be honest with you.
That sounds so pleasant.
Okay.
I mean, I'd really like to get down to where we could only had to maybe raise it 1 cent, but.
Yeah.
And that's where, if we'd like to look at some scenarios, if you did a penny, what is that? What do we anticipate that looking like next year? It's hard because it's all estimates,
That's
but
the key right there, is how do we leave ourselves
yes.
to?
And so then are you just going to get further behind or, is that
No,
going
we
to
don't
help
wanna
you
get further behind.
grow? So I'll work on that behind the scenes, and when y'all are ready to talk about that, I'll be ready.
I'll say it out loud, but have we ever given to the Salvation Army or Mission Waco?
Yes.
We have. We just didn't last year.
Yeah, didn't we have no.
No, they have the ask for the project.
Yeah, it's a
new
big project.
facility.
Keep in mind, it's $4 million still.
That's right, yeah. I'm
$4
thinking-
million.
The penny right there looking at.
Well, that's why I'm asking, is it?
They've asked for two.
We didn't do anything in 24 and 25.
We haven't obligated.
It's, 4 million together, so that's a little over a penny.
Sure. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just looking, we didn't give anything in 24 or 25.
No, that's right.
They didn't
This is a new project.
This
these
is
are
a new
new.
project.
This is a building. I remember the.
Both of those are the new buildings.
A lot of the outside entity requests, Commissioner, are for their ongoing cost. Match those up with serving a county purpose, but the Salvation Army and then the Mission Waco, the Creekside Village, I think I'm saying that right. Those are each $2 million ask for that $4 million
Both of
together.
them, yeah.
One time, I guess one time.
Is the city giving that too?
I've done, yeah, on both.
Trying to.
I think the city's doing some kind of in-kind stuff too on Salvation, because they bought the land,
Right, yes, sir.
so.
If we're sacrificing our own budgets,
Right.
I encourage people coming in and asking for money outside, do the same, because we're having to cut pieces of our budget that directly provide a service to everybody, not just a given group.
Are those two
Okay,
projects?
Judge, hit it.
Go ahead.
And I haven't even been here that long.
Well, if you have another question, go ahead.
I got it later. I'll get it to you later.
Okay. All right. Anything else to come before the court? We will recess until tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Recording stopped.